All right, good morning, everybody. We will get started with the law department. And as I always say to everybody, depending on availability and schedules, we reserve the right to be flexible and move people around a little bit. But we will start with the law department. Good morning, Ms. Turner.
Budget Chair. And first, I would like to, publicly thank you.
Excuse me. If you're in the audience, I just ask that you keep it down because we're at a really important moment right now. We just want to make sure that we can hear the people who are sitting there. So, Ms. Turner, please continue.
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilman Jeruso, I was saying again, I wanted to publicly thank you for allowing me time regarding my family emergency to get my budget presentation together and giving me that time and space to do that. So I really do appreciate that. So
My pleasure. Absolutely.
thank you again.
Absolutely.
And Mr. Chairman, as well as welcome all of our seniors who came here to budget meetings. Guys, welcome to the City Council. Bless y'all. Good to see y'all this morning. Pray for more money.
And I have here with me my senior chief, Deputy City Attorney Colette White. I also have my chiefs sitting behind me, my Chief of Contracts, Andrew Gregorian, my Chief of In-House, Tommy Milliner, my Chief of Code Enforcement, Latifah Harris, my Chief of Litigation, Corwin St. Raymond, and my Chief of Municipal and Traffic Court, Dimitri Ford, as well as other members of the law department present. I'll start with our 2026 department goals. As you know, I have 5 divisions, and I will begin with code enforcement. Our 2026 code enforcement department goals are to continue to focus on demolitions to eliminate blight, streamline responses to public records requests for code enforcement, continue to actively pursue lien foreclosure cases, review proposed demolitions to ensure compliance with the law, increase the number of staff attorneys by 3. Our 2026 departmental goals for our contracts division, we are currently piloting the use of DocuSign for electronic signatures to be implemented on a larger scale. Our goal is also to have a creation of a new template for contracts to make our general contract process more efficient, take proactive steps to identify and resolve potential legal contractual complications for the city. Our 2026 in-house goals are to continue working with departments to develop record retention schedules and the digitization of other records to reduce the number of paper records and thereby reduce the city's significant storage costs. Continue to transfer the processing of routine requests to departments to create a faster response to public records requests. Develop a system for tracking all advice, formal and informal, given to the city departments. Our 2026 litigation goals are to move forward with recruitment as soon as city finances allow. There are roughly 1,400 cases open in our department, averaging over 100 cases per litigation attorney. The litigation section would also like to work with the Central Acute Adjudication Bureau to find a creative solution to support enforcement while reducing the number of administrative appeals. Our 2026 municipal traffic court goals are the implementation of our new diversion program in municipal and traffic court, and to continue to pursue collection of fines and fees. As of September 2025, we have collected over $1.9 million in fines and fees on behalf of the city of New Orleans. Our budget full-time equivalency positions for 2026 is 55.98. The next slide is our budget summary, and our proposed personal services budget for 2026 is 4.4, and other operating 2.2 million.
Hold on one second, Councilmember Harris.
Yeah, thank you for being here today. I ask this question every single year, which is how many attorneys did you start with in your department in 2022? And what is the rate of attrition of the attorneys leaving the law department?
In 2022, we had approximately 62 attorneys.
Okay. And what is the rate of attrition?
Let me back up.
Sure.
In 2022, we had approximately 62 employees in the law department. Over the last year, we've lost 14 positions,
14 attorneys or 14 positions?
14 positions.
And how many of those were attorneys?
11.
So of the 14 people you lost, 11 were attorneys.
Yes.
Have you made up any of those attorney positions?
Not since the hiring freeze.
Okay, so you're telling me right now, how many attorneys do you have in the department?
How many?
I mean, I
We
can
have
count, it's
approximately 15 attorneys.
15 attorneys, and your litigators have over 100 cases?
That's correct.
Caseload.
Right.
That's-
Each time an attorney leaves, we pivot.
That's unmanageable
It is.
for an attorney.
Well, let me say this. It's a lot of cases, but I think my attorneys are doing their very best to manage.
I understand very best to manage, but 100 caseload per attorney is too much. And I can tell you that as a litigator myself, having 100 cases to manage is too much. So, you know, I don't know what's happening with 11 attorneys leaving. Where, do you do an exit interview to figure out where they go afterwards?
I talk to each and every one of my employees,
And where do they go afterwards?
and they all leave for more money.
And I know we've talked about this before, but what is your plan, or what was the plan when we had money for making the salaries more competitive or more market rate?
Well, the plan I submitted to you all on November 30th, 2023, and that was the attorney salary study that you guys asked for and I submitted. Thereafter, I did ask for an increase in my budget last year, but it was cut by $500,000. So I can only hire within the budget constraints that I have. So I do advocate every year for more money for my attorneys. I advocate every year with the CAO or the Director of Finance for more money. And I understand that everyone is asking for more money for their employees, and everybody believes that their employees are the ones that deserve the most amount of money. So what I do is I do the best I can with what I have. And over the last 4 years, I have increased the salaries of my attorneys exponentially, as well as the staff. I went as far as to lose positions to increase the salaries of some of my attorneys because I really wanted to keep them there. They do excellent work. They have knowledge of what's been going on in the department in the past, but I can only do what I can do with the money that I receive in my budget.
I know you're going to probably touch on outside contracts and the amount of money that we spend on outside counsel. And I would love to have the discussion about whether or not we could pay our attorneys more money and get rid of those outside contracts.
I agree.
So let's get to your contracts.
Let's see. But before that, we're going to slide 10. That's the non-general fund, and that's simply the $2 million every year for the UJL. Do you want to skip over 2026 budget impact straight to the active contract?
You can talk about budget impact, but I'd like to get to the contracts because I want to do a public comparison of the amount of money that you're paying for outside counsel versus the, handful of attorneys that you have left in the law department.
Certainly. So 2026 budget impact on the law department would be reduced capacity, as we discussed, regarding our qualified attorneys, increased costs and the reliance on outside counsel, potential for operational delays, again, recruitment challenges if we don't have the ability to pay our in-house attorneys, and staff impact. Our recommendations for the department to improve processes without additional costs. One would be to end the costly NOPD consent decree, settle administrative appeals more expeditiously, restructure public records fees by adjusting fees for producing public records to reflect true administrative costs, charge reasonable fees for digital delivery of records to offset technological costs, implement a flat certification fee for any official records requested, charge title companies a flat fee for city department review of code violations for property. And also what would help the city increase its collection and fees is our launch of the diversion program in municipal and traffic court. So the next slide is our active contracts. Are there any questions regarding the active contracts?
Well, I think we need to go into the amount of money that we're paying these outside law firms. Do you have that anywhere? Or Brandy, can you help?
Which one is the outside counsel? Is it Cavalier?
All of them, with the exception of the first one and the last one. So we can go over that. The first law firm is Stone Pigman. Stone Pigman is representing the city of New Orleans in the Hard Rock collapse case. So far in that particular case, myself, along with our outside counsel, have negotiated a settlement of $5 million that we collected on behalf of the city of New Orleans in 2023. Currently, Stone Pigman has not added any money on their contract over the last 3 years for this particular case, because with our outside counsel firms, they will only bill the city if they are doing work. The Hard Rock collapse litigation, Judge Reese has stated pretty much since 2019. So what he's doing is he's encouraging a global settlement. So whereas we have settled with the two main defendants, 1031 and Citadel, we still have 3 other defendants. We would like to see if we can recover some of the money that we spent as a result of the Hard Rock collapse. So again, this particular contract, we have not added any money to since 2022.
Do you have the total paid to
Pardon me?
Do you have the total paid to Stone Pigman? And full disclosure, I worked at Stone Pigman for 16 years.
Oh, that's fine. No, I don't have the total paid, but I can tell you what we put on the contract.
Okay.
The original contract started with $250,000. The First Amendment, we added $50,000. The Second Amendment, we added $160,000. The Third Amendment, we added $150,000. But there's still money left on this contract.
So to avoid having, I see all these people in the audience, if you could get me the total paid to each of these law firms and contracts, my point is this: we could be paying our own attorneys to handle much of this litigation. As much as I love Stone Pigman and I love Rachel Wisdom and everybody there, as much as I love Sheer Garner, we could be paying our own people money that we're spending on these outside contracts to defend the city. And so I'd like to get a listing of how much has been paid on each of these contracts with these law firms to date.
Yeah, and we attempted to get that information, and we will continue to work on it.
The other issue I had, and I said this, I think last week, the days of running together, is I wanted and I requested a listing of judgments owed to the city that exceed $500,000. Do you have that listing, or can you put it together?
We don't have any judgments that are owed to the city.
What about Uber? What about,
There are no judgments owed to the city?
there's no active litigation where we could settle a case to get more money to the city?
So our active litigation where we can settle money currently, right now, is the Hard Rock litigation case. And we are actively trying to settle with the other defendants. NOPD consent decree, we're working towards ending that particular litigation. Our DDD litigation that Phelps is representing us on is pretty much over. Our OPSO litigation, again, is just managing. We rarely receive anything from Phelps Dunbar on the OPSO litigation. Chair Garner has the ATS litigation. Again, we have very little in terms of Chair Garner billing us for that as well. We haven't added anything to that contract since 2021. And our Westlaw, Westlaw bills us on average about $8,000 a month.
Yeah, I mean, Westlaw is necessary to do legal work.
So we don't have a lot of outside counsel contracts where these firms are billing us every month because the work is not there every month.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
I just want to ask really quickly, I think the NOPD consent decree, there's a status conference that was moved for yesterday. Is that right?
NOPD consent decree, we're going to have a status conference with Judge Morgan on Thursday.
Okay, so, I mean, I don't want to like spill the headlines, but the consent decree is going to end. I mean, that's what's going to happen. So, like, do we need outside counsel anymore? Assuming the judge says the consent decree is over, is there any need? And look, the bottom line is I too am not anti-lawyer. I'm at one of the law firms you referenced on there. And so I want people to do well, but at the same time, we're in this crunch. So I just want to make sure that we're not using outside counsel unnecessarily, particularly if we're at the end of something.
Right, and again, for these outside counsel firms that I have listed, they really only bill us when there is work to be done. For example, this OPSO litigation that Phelps has. Harry attends every status conference with me. I rarely get a bill from him for that. They only bill us when they are working. And a lot of this, if you have good oversight, and I think I am a good overseer, they're not going to bill you for something you don't necessarily need. So most of these contracts that were all initiated pretty much more than 5 years ago are all winding down. Again, Hard Rock litigation, that's going to bring us money. We've already gotten $5 million, and that's because of good negotiation, and that's because I wouldn't accept $2 million. So we got $5 million on behalf of the city. The consent decree, like you said, fingers crossed, should end this month. So once this consent decree is over, that contract is over.
Okay.
DDD litigation, that's with Phelps. Again, we entered into a consent judgment. As long as the city does what the city is supposed to do regarding that consent judgment, that contract is over. OPSO litigation, we have to stay in that. We're managing the money, but phase 3 is almost complete. So as soon as phase 3 is totally up, that contract would be over. The ATS litigation, we were successful in not certifying the class. We have one particular person, just one person left in that. If they're not successful in the Fourth Circuit, that may be over. OPSB litigation will be over soon. We have a trial set for February 2nd. Nathan and Kimiaski, that's a brand new contract. That is the only contract that I've negotiated and initiated since I've been city attorney. This was to assist us in our 1983 claims, and you know, those cases, if there is a judgment or a settlement in federal court, we would have to pay within a reasonable amount of time. So most of these active contracts that I have listed are almost to the end.
Great. Again, the reason why I'm asking, just for clarity, is we were supposed to have a GA meeting where we're renewing some of these contracts. And again, I don't want any lawyer or firm think I am picking on them or singling them out. All I'm saying is it doesn't make sense to renew a contract if it's going to end in 30 days. I mean, just given where we are, unless you tell us, and the law department tells us there's an overriding emergency reason, it just seems like we ought to put those on hold, if not in abeyance, particularly if the matter's coming to an end.
We can certainly put them on hold, but for the work that has been done, I think we owe it to pay these firms because I think they've all done a very good job. So the stone pigment contract, that's Hard Rock, that's going to generate revenue. I think that we should continue to extend that one. The consent decree contract, again, that's going to hopefully resolve itself sometime in the next couple of weeks. DDD, we don't need to add any more money to. OPSO, we're monitoring, and that's the city's money, so I recommend that we continue to monitor that particular, those particular actions.
Okay.
That's it.
All right, sounds good. Thank you. Councilmember Thomas.
Thank you for your service.
You're quite welcome. It's been my pleasure. That it? Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, I have no comment cards on that. And again, for people in the audience, just for clarity's sake, we're not required to take public comment, but we'll take up to 5 for any one matter unless there's different circumstances. So thank you very much, Ms. Turner. Up next is Police Monitor.
This one, I want to see a new contract. I see any companies in the brand.
Thank you so much.
Oh, you got it.
Okay.
Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity to address the City Council and the public on the Office of the Independent Police Monitor's budget for 2026. I am Stella Cement, and I'm the Independent Police Monitor for the City of New Orleans, and with me today is Renee Livius, our Office and Budget Manager. Our presentation opens with the status on our 2025 stated goals that we presented to the council at the last budget hearing. In 2025, the OIPM launched our 24-hour hotline, and there are billboards up around the city advertising this service, which is available in English, Spanish, and Vietnamese, and is available via text or call. The OIPM launched our Community District Pilot Mediation Program, which provides mediation services to individuals in lieu of calling 911. The OIPM has made significant progress with our virtual public archive, and that will be done by the end of the year, along with our public-facing database for officer data regarding force, awards, and misconduct. We have continued our radio show, The Monitor's Mic, to provide more transparency and information to the public about the way they are policed, and give them a platform to engage directly with decision makers that are deciding policing strategy and policy. We're happy to report that the majority of the goals that we stated last fall have been completed or are progressing at such a rate that we anticipate they will be done by the end of this budget year or at the beginning of 2026. There are some goals that we are carrying over into the next fiscal year, which we will discuss later. Moving on to the OIPM personnel. These are our full-time employment positions. We have some vacancies, but we will not be doing any hiring in 2026. This is our current organizational structure. In 2025, we hired one full-time employee, the Community Police and Project Coordinator. In 2026, if we lose anyone in any of these positions, we may seek to replace them if our budget allows and the hiring freeze is lifted. I will flag for the council that in 2026, my term as the independent police monitor is up. It is a 4-year term. I will be eligible to seek reappointment by reapplying for my position with the Ethics Review Board, which I will seek to do. But that said, if I'm not selected to continue serving this office, then there will be new leadership at this table and in the Office of the Independent Police Monitor. Looking to our goals in 2026, some of these goals that we outlined at the time that we designed this presentation are going to change in light of some budgetary changes that we're now seeing here in the city. So some of these goals will be shelved because of those budget realities, and that does include the monitor's mic. So we will be sunsetting that radio show this year. We will pivot to more report and audit-based goals for the next year, which means that our lawsuits and claims and criminal proceedings against officer reports will be priorities, along with finishing our use of force report that we started this year. Similarly, we stated in 2026 we wanted to recruit and train a new cohort of mediators, which is something that our office does on 2-year intervals. In light of our budget realities, we are going to aim to push that for 2027, when we will hopefully have the budget to be able to recruit and to bring in our trainer to be able to train a new class of mediators. We will be able to continue our community district mediation and our post-investigation mediation program, along with continuing our community police mediation services. We are looking to still launch the conflict resolution internal employment mediation program for the NOPD. And finally, the goals on this page were started in 2025, and we're going to intend to either try to complete these goals by the end of the year or within 2026 if needed. And this includes our report on use of force, our audit check templates, and our public-facing database of officer misconduct, force, and award data. Looking to our budget summary from 2025 and our proposed budget for 2026, the OIPM receives under statute 0.16% of the general fund. You will see that that is a decrease from last year. As we discussed prior, in light of that, we will be pivoting where necessary, and we will be looking into grant opportunities and will inform both the Ethics Review Board and the City Council of any grants that we're able to potentially receive. I anticipate that we will be able to address how we're pivoting and how we will be reprioritizing our work and our services to exist within our budget more in our 2026 work plan, which we will be releasing towards the end of the year. But I want to assure the public, the NOPD, and the council that our services will continue, our 24-hour hotline will continue, and we will continue to be an active monitoring source and resource to our community, to our police department, and to all of our stakeholders. We will not be compromising on any of those services. We will just find a way to provide them with the budget that we have. With that, are there any questions for the OIPM?
Councilmember Green.
Yes, I have specific budget questions. Personnel services, the increase from 2025 to 2026 without you doing additional hiring is based on what?
So we did hire for one position in 2025. Additionally, I believe that our employees received merit raises and just seniority pay increases between 2025 and 2026, but we did hire for one additional person.
But that would have been budgeted in 2025, right?
So in 2025, we did budget for that, and that was reflected in the 2025 budget.
Right, so that's already accounted for in your budget. So you have
Yes.
an increase of 75 or 70,000 for 2026. Is that merit pay increases and the like? Because it wouldn't be a new person because you wouldn't have hired not having the budget for it.
Correct. Yes, that's for all the merit pages, for the wage reserve increase, and for everything else. It's all detailed in our spreadsheet that we provided the council that lays it all out. But yes, we did have pay increases.
But it doesn't lay out by, unless I missed it, by title of the reason for the increase. So the bottom line is that at the end of the day, the 70,000 is for merit increases and the like. That's what you're proposing in the budget for next year.
I believe so. Also for
Okay.
wage reserves and for, yeah, but these numbers came from Questica. So this is what was determined was necessary for us to be able to continue our personnel budget.
What is a wage reserve?
We're required to provide a wage
I'm just
reserve.
asking for the public's sake, that's all.
Yeah,
Can I answer?
Yes.
Because I'm the one put it in,
Yeah,
so I'll just
yeah.
answer for you. So with these three agencies, no matter what, we have to give them a budget appropriation equal to this total .75. So when we balance it out, that's what happens. So yes, that employee was included. The biggest additional piece is part of their balance of appropriation is in wage reserves, which gives them the room to hire for another position. That's $115,000, so that part is there as well.
So there's room to hire, but you're
Yes.
not planning to
But you
hire.
also would see that their other operating is decreased as well. So they choose, as they review their budget next year, they may decide we're not going to hire that 115. They can request a budget ordinance for us to move it to the other operating as well.
and I'll be honest that we presented to the Ethics Review Board last night that most likely we are going to be putting in that request in the final quarter of the year, just to be able to get us through the year. Right now, that operating budget would have us operating at a deficit of $20,000, so we would need to tap into the wage reserves. But we're just trying to anticipate that if somebody were to leave and we needed to replace them, based on their qualifications and what position is vacated, we would need that money.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Angela Kinlaw.
Good morning to everyone. Good morning to the community and those who are present today. I just wanted to name that many of us have been coming to these budget meetings since September 29th. And as it relates to budget, it also feels very important to ask if we can, and maybe Stella, you can speak to this. As the city of New Orleans is doing everything that it can to weasel its way out of the federal consent decree that came about as a result of community members who were pushing back on police terror in Orleans Parish, we would love to hear from you to speak to what the plan will be should the consent decree go away. As community members, it feels very important for us not to get lackadaisical, to think that because of a consent decree, all of a sudden the police are better and police terror is not a reality. And so with the Office of Independent Police Monitoring, what does that look like in the face of no consent decree, if that should happen, and what that means with the National Guard coming into New Orleans at the request of Donald Trump and the cooperation of the parish? What does that mean in the face of state police? What does that mean in terms of the neighboring parishes that work in relationship with the NOPD? What does that mean knowing that ICE is on the street across the country snatching up people, to include Black working class people who have to then justify their existence once they have already been snatched up and arrested? That kind of trauma can't be disrupted simply because somebody says, oops, a mistake was made. So contrary to what people are saying about all of this so-called safety coming in, it does not feel like safety, and we need to know what the Independent Police Monitor thoughts are in regards to all of that.
I'm permitted to respond, so I just want to say thank you so much for that feedback. And yes, we share many of the concerns that were expressed. I do want to be clear that our jurisdiction, unfortunately, does not touch on anything outside of the New Orleans Police Department. So when it comes to other parish law enforcement, Louisiana State Police, or ICE coming in, they have their own jurisdictions to be able to exist in this city. And I believe that feedback that you would want to receive about any potential officer misconduct that might occur will need to be given to those individual agencies or to your elected lawmakers that might be able to influence those types of issues, but those will be outside of our jurisdiction. That said, if those concerns are brought to our office, we can facilitate your concerns to wherever they need to go. And we want to hear those accounts, because we do want to know if there were any NOPD officers present during that incident, because NOPD has their own policies and their own requirements that they have to abide by, and we want to make sure those are happening no matter who they may be operating with in any task force or any type of strategy. And I want to remind the public that they can call 1-877-225 OIPM 24 hours a day, any day of the year, or they can text. They can do so with their identity or anonymously, and they can provide feedback about any police interaction they had, good or bad. And we need to know these things, especially in light of a consent decree coming to an end. I will say that the consent decree coming to an end will influence some of the ways that we're policed, but it may not. And we're going to be watching all of those things and reassessing, and that's where we're really going to need community feedback to know where things are changing or where things are improving or decreasing, so that way we can provide that feedback to the NOPD. Our office is staying, whether the consent decree is here or not. We're going to continue to do audit checks. We're going to continue to monitor officer-involved shootings and critical incidents. We were out at the scene on Friday night at the officer-involved shooting. We were monitoring a use of force incident Saturday night. So we're still here, we're still watching everything that's happening, but we really need the community to be an active partner, and we appreciate the community partnering with us to be able to ensure that we have the police department that we deserve. And I believe that we're doing that work together.
Councilmember Green.
Yeah, I want to thank you for mentioning Friday night's episode in which someone was taken hostage and the police rescued that person from further harm. Maybe you could comment in general about your relationship with the police department, what progress you've seen over the years, because the reason we budget is to budget for outcomes. Are we moving in the direction of our citizens having better relationships with the police department?
I think we're moving in a direction where we're seeing better policing. I think if we're saying, does the community trust the police department more?
No, I didn't ask that question.
Yeah,
At the end of the day, are we moving in the right direction? I think that is really my opportunity to speak now. I'm asking you basically, are you seeing progress being made? I guess I mentioned the word community because I go to the community and people attend their meetings at the districts because each district has a meeting each month. Plus we have community advisory boards that people can attend if they wish. Unfortunately, they're very poorly attended. But at the end of the day, the bottom line is that I'm asking you in general because we budget for outcomes. Are you seeing progress in important areas?
We are seeing progress in a lot of areas. I think that when we're learning of officer misconduct, we're seeing that there is rapid responses, we're seeing that there is thorough investigations, and we're seeing that there's officer discipline. Officers are getting dismissed for serious misconduct. I want to assure the public of that. An officer was just terminated this last month for serious misconduct that I know concerned the community. I'm not going to say that officer's name because I don't believe it is public yet, but that happened. So I will say that the Use of Force Review Board is still robust. It is happening. Any issues of force is getting thoroughly investigated. We are seeing that unjustified force is going down. We're seeing that that the community is engaging with the police department and the police department is hearing that feedback and they're making changes. And hopefully we're seeing that the community is trusting the police department to be able to provide information to them, to be able to complete investigations and to be able to solve crimes and work with the community as a partner to prevent crimes. We're seeing that the police community advisory boards are getting filled and that they're engaging with their districts to be able to provide feedback about their community, specifically their neighborhoods and their districts. So we are seeing all of those things happen. That said, we are seeing some potential backsliding. We're still seeing a lot of areas where there could be improvement in solve rates and in response times and witness and victim engagement, but we are providing that feedback to the NOPD, and I believe those things are getting addressed. You know, this is a department that is always going to be looking internally, taking feedback and making the changes it needs to make, and I will say that the police department is receptive to those things. That's what we want to see.
Thank you. I appreciate you mentioning those facts. I also appreciate the fact that the OIPM now is part of the police recruitment process through your awarding to the top recruit who is focused on constitutional policing.
Yes.
An award that recognizes that he or she has studied and is committed to good policing, which is what's emphasized in our recruitment process. And congratulations to the new 20 officers who've chosen to join the New Orleans Police Department as a part of recruiting class number 205. It's a challenging time, but their courage is appreciated. Thank you for your involvement.
Thank you. And yes, just for the community clarity, we are now sponsoring a constitutional policing award, which was given to a recruit that demonstrated a strong understanding of Fourth Amendment, Fifth Amendment, and constitutional policing requirements. So we're doing that in order to push and to continue to prioritize the education of constitutional policing. And we want to recognize those individuals that are demonstrating that they get it and they can apply it. So we are giving that award out. We just gave the first one to an individual who graduated in class 205. And
Yes.
we're very happy for that individual. I believe it was Jacob Barbie.
That's an important focus. Okay.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much to the council and to the public.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is total community action.
While TCA makes their way, I just want to give a shout out to all of our seniors who came out today, despite the cold weather, to come in here this budget hearing. We appreciate you being in the audience. Thank you. See Arthur Mundy in the house. Lord Nine in the house. East. Everybody. I don't want
Pontchartrain
Pontchartrain
Park.
in the house.
Okay. The park, that green, coincidentally.
cut off in the house. I didn't see y'all, yes. Definitely got a shout out cut off. Who was that? Oh, can't forget Central City. I'm sorry, Central City. My church member, Central City. That's right. Everybody's in the house.
Great morning.
Good morning.
Good morning to the members of the council and to the audience. I'm Thelma Harris French, President and CEO of Total Community Action, and my colleague, the current successor president, Mr. Glenn Scott, will be making this morning's presentation.
Great morning. Just wanted to start off with just some information about Total Community Action. I know I'm probably preaching to the choir. Many of y'all know that we are a organization, a community action organization, and we're known as the Anti-Poverty Agency for the City of New Orleans. Our mission is to reduce poverty in our community through collaborations with other organizations, and we provide human services, experiences, and opportunities that must present assist individuals with poverty to become self-sufficient. Our overall goal is to promote economics, focus on economic development opportunities and issues, and encourage collaboration with other organizations. As you all know, our services do include a vast array of services, and I know many of you all have either served on our board and you're familiar with our organization, but I just want to also just give you a little bit of information. I know we're here to talk about the food pantry program, but I think it's important that we give just a few statistics about where we are in the city and as a nation. I wanted to provide you with information about the city of New Orleans being first in New Orleans, first in food insecurity for seniors. And we have many of our seniors here, some of who we saw coming in, who are our clients that we serve, as well as being second in child poverty in the city. And according to a recent article published in August 28, entitled Hunger in Louisiana and How Food Insecurity Affects Ourselves, it states that New Orleans faces a pressing food security crisis in which over 70,030 individuals in New Orleans, that's about 18.6% of Orleans Parish, experience food insecurity. And so we know that's affecting us, it's affecting the community, as well as how the rates of food prices are skyrocketing. We also serve a very vulnerable population. Again, the study found that child and food insecurity in New Orleans is about 25.6%, and that's about 14.6% as a whole on a national level. Last summer, TCA actually stepped into a space and we led an initiative called Feed the Children, by which we convened our local food pantries, our local food banks, many of our local food partners, our farmers, our urban farmers, and we offered food assistance to galvanize an effort so that when the governor actually committed to shut down the feeding program, we came together and worked to make sure that we could identify having ample opportunities for people to receive fooding. Although he did go back and relinquish that, we still move forward with that effort. And so we're happy to have developed new partnerships with that. I think every time I've turned on the news this week, we've seen WIC as a topic, if you would agree. And I think that that's part of the reason why we are here today to talk a little bit about our program and how beneficial it has been for many of the seniors as well as the children that we serve in this community. And so I'll move to my slides. I think I'm to my slides. One second. All right. We're going to talk a little bit about our goals. In 2025, we received funding from the City Council. We want to say that we were able to leverage those dollars and served over 8,000 individuals, which is about 6,700 families and households. We've been able to maintain our 6 mobile food pantries in those target communities, and we're just about in every target neighborhood in the city, from the West Bank to Central City, Uptown, 7th Ward. We touch just about every councilmatic district. We've registered over 1,100 individuals and families for the food service just this year alone. And again, we're on target to try to reach our goal of providing at least 200 baskets to be distributed through our program And so that service still shows our statistics run about 92% African Americans, 3% Asian, 2.6 white, and then the others. In 25, we've been able to maintain excellent partnerships with Second Harvest, and I know just recently this city council is also doing some efforts to support. I saw, received an article that you guys are also working with Second Harvest to try to promote feeding opportunities, so we want to continue to have such a great partnership as well. We also have been working with members of your staffs who've called and asked about opportunities to receive not only food assistance, but our homeless services. We also have established partnerships through a Feeding the Program initiative that I talked about, and that program actually has introduced other opportunities. We saw last night that Kermit Ruffin is actually a part of that organization. He's also identifying programs where people can come and get a nutritional meal. These are just some slides to show our food pantry report. Talks about the number of families we serve. So I wanted to give you kind of a snapshot of what we look like on a quarterly basis and how many people we're serving, how many families are being touched throughout the course of our year. These are by our actual months, our quarters. This is April through June. And then our food pantry kind of totals speaks to the number of folks that we've served throughout the year. I also want to point out that as I did the budget always asks about how many people, how many staff you have that are part of this. I want to say to you that Total Community Action prides itself on leveraging, and so we leverage. So there's no staff cost out of this money. These funds go directly into the program, and I want to make sure that I'm pointing that out. So that's 100% of leverage. This is our organizational chart. Kind of shows you where the food pantry falls within our total access center. That means individuals can come and register and be a part of our program. And this year, we've been able to leverage the grant to serve 10,000 individuals as our goal. We recognize because of the need, we were seeing significant numbers of individuals, upwards of 150 to 200 at our emergency food pantry. And so we had to tailor back and allow folks to come less times because we were getting inundated. We couldn't keep up with the number of boxes that individuals were requesting. And again, with the food shortages across the state, we were dealing with a lot of things. But we anticipate that we're going to still register new families and individuals. We're all going to be on target to still work towards getting our 100 senior food boxes based upon a decrease. And then we also want to be able to support a number of volunteers. As you know, we require staff to go out and kind of help out, but when we can get volunteers or social service organizations, all of the sororities and fraternities come out and leverage, and that kind of helps us. So we want to be able to grow that. So if there's folks out there who want to come and lend a hand on the state to listen to all this, feel free to come and do so. We're going to continue to solicit funds. This year we were able to leverage those grant funds from some of our larger corporations. This year we received a grant from Target, and so we're going to target those kinds of individual organizations. We want to be able to increase our partnerships with schools and nonprofits, again, those social aid and pleasure clubs, continue our healthy relationships, and we want to be able to continue to support you, the council members, who sometimes call upon us when there's a great need in your community and your constituents, so we do want to do that as well. If you see here, our budget from last year was $150,000, and while I know that there's a variation of requests for individuals for additional funding, we too are here to request additional funding of $50,000 to bring our budget to at least $200,000 so that we can actually serve more people because the numbers are really increasing. Again, the leveraging component, our community service block grant leverages services to this program, so there's no additional cost. The cost that you provide, the monies you provide, go directly into the program. And so those other things are supported by the other services that we have. And so that's pretty much my budget. I do want to thank you for giving us an opportunity to kind of share with you. I've been before you before, and I do want to thank you for that opportunity.
Thank you for everything you do, Councilmember Thomas.
First of all, thank you guys on behalf of the community as well as the board of directors. TCA provides and has provided for decades probably one of the most valuable services in this community. You talk about the numbers. Could you send a breakdown of those numbers and increases so others who may not be familiar with that level of data can take a look at why that amount of money is so important and why the service that you provide is important, and especially remind them that in this environment, critical agencies are being cut, but the need is actually, I don't want to say worse, there's a greater need for your service, and we're taking a look at, and when I said, I think a couple of weeks ago, that we have to be careful that a budget crisis doesn't turn into a human crisis, because if a budget crisis turns into a human crisis, then that's actually even worse. And the other thing, Councilmember Harris, maybe moving forward, we've heard a lot about special events and the impact that they don't have on the city. Well, a few decades ago, TCA and its board, along with Jim Singleton and I think the late Dorothy Taylor, confected agreements within clean zones where they worked with special event providers so that local nonprofits and local agencies could get an exemption. Now, maybe now that we're taking a look at all of these events don't really add to the economic impact of the community, Thelma and hey guys, Glennis, maybe it's time for the board to revisit that relationship to show that if we're going to have all these major events, at least let some entity or somebody operate within those zones so they can show that the money goes to services like we're talking about potentially cutting here today. So, Thelma, I just think from TCA's report on poverty, which I think anybody elected probably ought to be a student of that, probably one of the great surveys on where people are for the last 70 years, that in New Orleans, even when you thought the city was doing well, there were pockets of this community that were untouched. To that negotiation about operating within clean zone, Super Bowl, NCAA, other events, I think maybe it's time to revisit that. Thank you.
Any other comments from the dais? Councilmember Green? Councilmember King? Councilmember Green?
Thelma, this is your last year?
Hopefully. It is
You don't see
dependent,
how she's smiling?
it is totally dependent upon the resolution of federal funding. As many of you know, TCA is 98% federally funded. And 3 of our funding streams are federal block grants to the state. It is difficult to walk away and leave your protege, your former student, without the support to navigate restructuring.
That really shows your commitment, that you're willing to stay around in these challenging times. I want to make sure that if you don't come before us again for another budget committee, that I've gone out of my way to say thank you for your decades of service to this community. And it goes way back, everyone. I want you to know that during the 8 years of the Morial administration, Thelma was involved with making sure that monies continue to flow to the city of New Orleans, but that they were placed in areas that made a difference. And during these challenging times, I keep bringing up the state. I want you all to hear again that the federal government is making block grants available to the state. We need to work the state of Louisiana, which owns all of the major assets in our city. Don't get me started. At the end of the day, right? I mean, but at the end of the day, I just wanted, politics aside, to just be able to say, I'm so pleased and honored to have been working with you in the past, not only during the Morial administration, but whenever I refer someone to TCA, sometimes you're involved with all that you have to do. You're speaking to those people directly, providing them with resources and opportunities. So I know you've helped a lot of people to enhance their quality of life, a lot of families. So it can't go without saying 2 important words for all the decades that you've supported the city of New Orleans, that it's made a positive difference. Thank you, Thelma.
Thank you.
Yeah, so Councilmember King, I think for the public, you have to know, we used to be able to compete directly to the federal government for these grants. And now this federal government in this state has added a whole nother layer Whereas those grants that Ms. French and the board and the city could apply for, now you not only have to go big and position yourself with the federal government, but then you have to go big and position yourself with the state government. So a whole nother layer of money that is owed this community has been placed over, and for Ms. French, given the behavior of the federal government and the state, if there isn't an easy pass-through or access, basically you're killing those agencies.
Yes.
So when you hear about her retiring, you know, why frustrate yourself more, especially when you're dealing with adversaries? And that's why you hear me continuously say, we need a partner from the state, not a predator.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. Did I hear you correctly that you're asking us for an additional $50,000?
That's correct.
And that you can leverage those funds that we provide to help more people?
Yes, ma'am.
Especially given the cuts to SNAP and the other benefits that many of our folks receive?
Yes.
$50,000?
I'd like to say we've already started to look at what resources we currently have to meet the current need, because the need is immediate.
Yeah.
I want to go on the record to say, even though the governor has put in a short-term interim, it is 25% a week.
Yeah.
And for our seniors, that's almost impossible, to have to get transportation to the store to only buy 25% of what you need. And so we have already begun to take whatever resources we have to enhance and expand the food pantry so that transportation is a challenge, and I just need to put that for our seniors and our families with small children.
No, thank you, Ms. French, and I don't want to speak out of turn, but hopefully we can shake the couch cushions a little bit
Thank you.
to find the $50,000.
Thank you. Thank you.
Given our budget, it seems like a drop in the bucket, but we will see.
Understand.
I have two comment cards, one from Mr. Morgan, followed by Angela Kinlaw. Mr. Morgan?
You got it.
Good morning to everybody in the house. My name is Larry Morgan, the representative of South, East, and West of NOLA. This morning I heard on the news that Eugene, you're going to cut. Now what you should do, let's set example. If you make a statement, you set example. Cut your salary first. You understand? Cut your salary first. You understand? Then you go across the board. Here's Christmas time, and you becoming the grand reaper. How many families are going to suffer from these cuts? Because you know why? You just been elected, and the people believed in you. And the people are the blind leading the blind. And here you're deceiving the people right now. When you're talking about cut. You all about yourself, you green. You ain't nothing but bullshit to me. You understand? And also, you councilman. And I say to you, how many times during election time that you come to the people begging for their vote? And when the people put you in office, you turn the goddamn back on the people and deceive and lie to them. You understand? Yes, and also I said to you that the set decree, you keep that set decree in order. Because if you don't, it's going to open gangs up on our young black people, our police killing them, murdering them, and do everything that Barack Obama put it in there for them not to do. And I said to them, yeah, Eugene Green, you are a phony to the people, and you're bullshitting them, but it don't pass.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Mr. Morgan, that's your time. Angela Kinlaw?
The microphone is hot coming behind Mr. Morgan. So I say good morning again. Good morning to you, Ms. French and Mr. Scott. In the past, I have articulated to you how important it's been to ensure that our people are being treated with dignity and respect. And I want to say thank you to the both of you for having honored that request in the times of recommendation. I also want to say thank you to the workers in your offices, each and every one of them that I have come in contact with. I can't say every day is the same, but they have been very engaging and very communicative, and I'm very grateful for that. I wanted to take a moment just to name that one of the things that we've been really focusing on in this budget season, knowing that there's a lot of mismanagement in the city of New Orleans. You said something that was very important today, and I think we should leverage your knowledge in regards to it. When you were talking about, we know that personnel costs are necessary in order to get work done. You can't get work done without personnel costs. But I do notice that when you were talking about a particular grant, you said that TCA doesn't have any personnel costs with that particular grant. And I'm curious if you could share out loud a little bit about your decision-making process around that and how you were able to be intentional for the match to the program. Why am I bringing this up? I'm bringing this up because there are lots of allocations that get made in the city of New Orleans in particular, and a lot of times the project doesn't get fully funded because there are so many administrative costs that are eating up the money before the work has been done. So if you could just share about that.
First of all, I'd like to thank the young lady for her comments around the TCA staff, because we work because we believe and love the people of our city, and we demand the respect for every citizen, no matter how they approach or the need. When given the opportunity, and I have to honestly say, I served on the TCA board as several members of the council in prior years, and I had the privilege of learning under the wisdom of the great Jim Singleton and Peter Dangerfield. But as funding began to be block granted, we decided to utilize the block grants to support the direct services. And so if we can take the council resources, philanthropic resources, and put them in community, we can then fund the staff from the block grant resources. And that is truly why I said I may be here a little longer than January, because that's where the staff cost is coming, from the block grants. Our supportive resources, the food pantry, the philanthropic grant, don't have staff costs in them. We utilize our existing staff, and we use this to make resources available to community.
Did you have more to add?
No, I was just going to say that's exactly what I was trying to say.
Okay. Councilmember Green, do you have a comment?
Yeah, sure. I don't have to be defensive, but let me make it clear so that everyone walks out of here understanding what happened in an interview that I had. I made it clear that I don't support the cutting of personnel. I don't support furloughs. I said that our personnel who are in place to get the job done in the city of New Orleans, I'm very happy with their work, and especially I see members of the mayor's office staff here. I strongly support you. If there were to be any cuts made, it would have to be made in any area, in my opinion, other than in terms of the salaries and the work schedule of those who are working for the city of New Orleans. That is clearly what I said. So let me make this clear. Let me make this clear. At the end of the day, Eugene Green has said, we have asked for, the public has asked for no tax increases and the like, no fees and the like, if it can be worked out. If, you know, rudeness is just not appropriate, to be very honest with you. I didn't say anything when I was being attacked because of someone who didn't understand what he saw clearly on the television. Go and look at the television, if you will. There is no support in Eugene Green for cutting of any salaries, for any furloughs, for any layoffs. There are positions that are unfilled right now that won't be filled. Those positions will probably be cut. But let's make it clear, at the end of the day, there are things that we can do as a city that help us to avoid any layoffs and any furloughs. I am opposed to layoffs and furloughs, and that was made very, very clear in everything that I have said as part of this budget process. So I don't want anyone to leave here thinking that I support cuts in areas that affect our families. You all have done a fine job for the city of New Orleans. You don't get the recognition that you deserve. I will oppose that in any way that I can, including if we have to look at additional fee and revenue enhancements. But something clearly has to give. I don't want it to be given in the area of personnel because you all are doing a fine job for the city of New Orleans. Thank you.
Great. We have one more comment. Morgan Clevenger.
Council. And thank you, Ms. French and Mr. Scott, for all the work that TCA has done over the years. It really impacts our community. And you know, they say the measure of society is how we treat our young and our seniors and our elders. And this city rests on the shoulders of so many of our people who have been hit over and over and over again. And with this budget crisis, it is absolutely unconscionable to think that we may be hurting people who have come back from Katrina, have rebuilt family homes. We've seen the erosion of Black landowners and homeowners over the years, over these last 20 years. And we can't take it anymore. We're going to lose the essence of who we are. So we have to invest back in our people. We have to not use $45 million of ARPA funds to finance a budget shortfall mismanagement. We need roofs, roofs, roofs. It is horrible to see blue raggedy tarps on people's roofs all over the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th wards, all over this city. The houses are falling down around our people, and these are family homes. We need to keep our people in their homes. So please, don't cut services for the elderly, for our youth, and make sure the people who have invested their lives in this community will have the support back. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. French, Mr. Scott, thank you for your service to our community.
Thank you all very much.
Next up is the New Orleans Council on Aging.
What's number 3?
I think there are some microphones on the dais. Can you make sure your microphones are off, y'all?
Camille.
Thank you.
Good morning. Before we start, my administrative assistant is passing out some additional information to all of you. I also would like to take this time to thank the senior centers that have come out to assist us today: Central City, 12th Ward, Milan, Broadmoor, Carrollton, Holly Grove, Pontchartrain Park, Arthur Mundy, New Orleans East, Lakeview, Shepherd, Mercy and Devers, Gentilly, Treme, Lower Algiers, and Clover Cares. And we also have our board president in the audience, Dr. Reverend Kevin Brown.
Pontchartrain Park.
I did say Central City and Pontchartrain.
All right.
I don't want to leave anybody out because I have to go there to those centers. And all right. Good morning. We're gonna go quickly through the budget. Actually, really, just go to the last page because I think all of you city council people know about the New Orleans Council on Aging. We've been around since 1975. We are the designated Council on Aging, Area Agency on Aging for Orleans Parish. We serve on an average of between 400 to 450 meals a day throughout the Meals on Wheels program, and also through the 14 senior centers that we have, where we have meal sites and about 4 housing programs here in the city of New Orleans. On an average, we touch about 3,000 to 4,000 individuals on a daily basis. We did ask prior, and Martin has already gone to the budget request. We had anticipated, when we heard all the good news earlier this year, that we were going to try to, and we did request that we try to get an extra $1 million for the New Orleans Council on Aging. But given the fact that what has happened recently with the city finances, we are asking that you try to at least restore the funds that was placed, well, that was taken out of the budget for 26, which was $300,000, which was about a third of our budget. One of the other thing that we were looking at in that supplemental budget sheet that I just passed out to you, in 2023, a number of the senior centers received CDBG funds. In 2024 was the last year that they received those funds, which totaled $670,334. What we had anticipated with an increase was for $300,000 for the New Orleans Council on Aging, and the remainder of that being distributed to the senior centers because of the additional cost that is going through with the centers and operating them, not only individually with the Council on Aging, but also collectively with each center that is subcontracted to us. But because of the financial status of the city of New Orleans, we're going to withdraw that request unless you find it that we could get those additional funds. And we're just going to hopefully hold the line going forward with what we have. Now, our problem going forward is this. If you look on that chart, the September payment from the city of New Orleans, which is civic affairs that we share not only with as part of our operating budget, but also with the other senior centers, we sent a bill in, and we have George Duplessis, who's sitting next to me on my right, who was our controller. We haven't received any payment from the city, and that represents $100,824. If we don't receive any payments from the city for September, October, November, and December, then we are looking at a deficit of close to over $500,000. George? Oh, chip in. Yeah. August. Oh, we didn't get August. And we didn't get August. So we're looking at over $500,000 in terms of this year's budget. If, unfortunately, if we don't receive any of those funds, then a couple of things that we're going to have to do. Number one, we're going to have to not put any more people on the Meals on Wheels list. We have about 400 individuals on our waiting list for Meals on Wheels. We're just going to have to freeze that list until 2026, until we're able to get some additional funds. Additionally, unfortunately, because some of these funds go to the senior centers, and we're going to have a directors meeting tomorrow, they will have to look at either reducing their hours or even the possibility of closing some of the centers going forward. Now, earlier, Councilman, all right. So, earlier Councilman Thomas said that he hoped that, this budget reduction doesn't become a human reduction. Well, you all know that we do provide critical services to the seniors of this city. one of the problems that happened, and this was an offshoot from when the centers were closed during COVID, was that we had a number of seniors, unfortunately, because being isolated and being alone, they passed. And I hope that this doesn't be a prelude to what is going to happen going into the remainder of this budget year when we're looking at the operation for the senior centers. Another thing that's going to happen, unfortunately, is some of those centers are in city buildings. A couple of years ago, when some of the centers did have budget problems, they forgot, or not forgot, but they weren't able to pay rent. So it's going to be incumbent upon the city and property management to look at these centers and hopefully decide that they aren't going to close those centers because they're not receiving any rent. I'm just, coming and putting it right in front of you, ladies and gentlemen, of what's going on in our community. One of the things that Martin, that you have also with you, and my good friends from TCA started with it, was that we do live in a food desert for seniors. And I'm gonna let Martin just came up with, this is a draft of the 2025 State of Seniors for the city of New Orleans, and you had that in front of you. Martin, if you would.
Good morning. My name is Martin Huber. I'm the Director of Community Services for New Orleans Council on Aging. I'm going to just briefly go over this. You guys can read the document itself. Basically, we are just shy of 70,000 seniors living in New Orleans. We are seeing a reduction in the number of seniors that are living in New Orleans because the cost of living is going up. Therefore, they are moving either to cheaper parishes or they are moving out of state to areas where their family members are living, where there's a lower cost of living. We currently have our number one, New Orleans unfortunately is number one in the largest population of seniors living in poverty and the largest population of seniors who are either food insecure, meaning that they are having trouble finding healthy food, or we're number one with the largest seniors, population of seniors who have very low food security, which means they are skipping meals in order to afford your medicine, rent, or other items they feel are more important than eating. Currently, we have just under 10,000 seniors that live in poverty. We have around 30,000 seniors that live on less than $30,000 a year, far below the $45,000 needed to live in New Orleans without financial strain. The average senior receives just a little bit over $1,700 per month from Social Security, while the average rent for a one-bedroom apartment is $1,500. That leaves only $226 per month, less than $8 a day, for food, medicine, transportation, and utilities. We have just over 10,000 that are food insecure. We have just 25,000 that live alone. The reason that's a problem is because of social isolation. If they're not attending a senior center, if they are not going to church or being active socially, that can snowball into several mental problems, leading all the way to potential early death. We also are number 2 in the nation for seniors living with HIV. Now, we know that we have just under 2,000 seniors who have HIV. What we know, though, is that number is smaller than the actual population. Currently, above us is Baton Rouge with a higher number. And the thing is they're saying most of their patients that are seniors with HIV, they are seniors coming from New Orleans, that are going up to get services in Baton Rouge because they don't want to face the stigma of having HIV. I'm going to end by just reading the community impact statement on this. These challenges do not affect seniors alone. They impact the entire city. When over 10,000 older adults go hungry, emergency food programs and hospitals bear the cost. When nearly 10,000 live in poverty and more than 30,000 survive on less than $30,000 a year, the strain on public services intensifies. With 25,000 seniors living alone, the risks of isolation, falls, emergency hospitalizations increase sharply. Without action, these pressures will rise the costs for families, healthcare systems, and the broader community.
All right, thank you. We, the New Orleans Council on Aging, are the gatekeepers for the cultural bearers of this city. You know, one of the things that we pride upon in this city is our seniors, our culture. And at the Council on Aging, my staff works overtime. We leverage the monies that we receive not only from the city, but also from the federal government to assist and help the seniors here in the city of New Orleans to live at home, to survive at home, and to still be a vital part of this community. I don't like to come here and sound like this is all gloom and doom, but this is the reality. You know, one of the other things that I hope that'll happen soon is that the federal government goes back to work. And the reason why I'm saying that is the majority of our funds come from the Department of Health and Hospitals, which is then passed on to the Governor's Office of Elderly Affairs, which is then trickled down to the 64 parishes. We did receive our October payment from the Governor's Office of Elderly Affairs. We are awaiting our November payment for the Governor's Office of Elderly Affairs. So if, and this is just hypothetical, if the federal government does not go back to work in these next couple of weeks, then we can anticipate not receiving funds from the Governor's Office of Elderly Affairs. And so we're going to multiply New Orleans by the other 63 parishes. And so when we're talking about a crisis, a senior crisis, it's not just going to be in the city of New Orleans, it's going to be throughout the state of Louisiana, because our rural parishes subsist on far much less because of their population that we have, but fortunately, we all make do with what we have to provide the services that we give to the seniors. So with that, thank you very much. I hope that the city can find it in itself to restore those funds that we lost from last year. Going into next year, and also hopefully some type of payment going forward between now and the end of this year.
Councilmember King.
I want to thank you, Mr. Howard, and your whole team for what you all do for seniors really in every corner of this city. I see it firsthand, not just mainly the daily activity that you all provide, going to the senior centers. It may seem small, but it makes a big difference in the lives of those seniors when you have events during the holidays, because for a lot of them, that's really all they have. And to take that small hour away during that Christmas holiday party, it will make a big difference. So we all know once you have budget crisis, the most vulnerable people are those most affected. That's our seniors and our elderly. And I'm sorry, our seniors and our youth. And we just hope that our council can just figure a way to make sure those two groups aren't drastically affected, because it would be damaging for the entire city. So thank you, and thank you all for showing up.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you. I have two cards, one from Morgan Clevenger and one from Mr. Larry Morgan. And Angela Kinlaw.
Thank you. Security, food security, housing security, mental health, physical health. These are all the functions of a vibrant society. And if we do not support the vulnerable populations in our city, we will lose the soul of our city. That's just the bottom line. I'm going to go back to housing for a minute, because that's first in everything, the home, right? Where do you live? How can you live? And are you safe? Are you secure? In our neighborhood in the 7th Ward, we've had too many of our seniors who have had to choose between utilities, medical care, food, rent or mortgage payments or insurance payments. It's out of control. And we've had the very sad scenarios where we have found our neighbors who've passed because they didn't have heat in their home or they didn't have enough food to eat. So I ask you now to make sure that our seniors and our elders are taken care of. They've given their lives. They've raised their families here. We cannot stand to lose any more of our seniors and our elders and give them the respect that they deserve. I want to give a call out to Mrs. Veronica Downs Dorsey, who passed last night. And she contributed so much to this city, to our young people, to our music culture, to our faith culture. And, you know, it's a great loss. And anytime we lose one of our seniors, one of our elders, we are losing a piece of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Larry Morgan, followed by Angela Kinlaw. Mr. Morgan, are you in the house? There you are.
SNAP benefits will only be put to shut down the same. Lord have mercy. Now what?
Larry Morgan of New Orleans. Senior citizens are catching hell out here. I go to the grocery store. I see them at the counter with 2 and 3 items. Skin and bones, I'm telling you. I know I'm small, but they look like the flesh has vanished from them. And they can't even afford to buy 2 items. They got to put it back. I say, no, don't worry about it. Get what you want and go get some more. And the saddest part about them, I see them at the places, at the fast food places, digging in the garbage can and getting scraps to survive and to eat off. I see them on the buses, sleeping on the buses and that. And I see many of them poor hygiene because there's no place for them to go take a bath. All you councils are responsible for this because you know why? You all made it possible for them to be in that condition. And what I mean about it, God damn it, when another nationality comes into our city, you accommodate them and roll the red carpet out for them. Like the border people, Like the one came over the border, you gave them everything they wanted. And our people, you neglected them. But the saddest part about all this is this. I'm going to give you some of our history whether you want it or not. We are the only nationality that came in this country in shackles and chains. And we fought in every war this country had. And then the gratitude, the country had never recognized us as the whole. Just like our slave gentee money, the people, the country owed us our money from slavery. They don't care to give us that, but let it be another nationality.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Thank you, Ms. That's your time, Mr. Morgan. Mr. Morgan, thank you. Ms. Kinlaw.
So I want to come before the council and just name to the council and to community members a collective support given for this particular office. For the New Orleans Council on Aging, I think we all have to respect that should we be afforded the opportunity not to be impacted or overly impacted by unnecessary suffering or premature death, that aging is preceding us all. And so one of the questions that I have about the budget is how a department finds out that their money has been redirected. There was a comment made about $300,000 that was taken from this Council on Aging, and how that money is taken, how the department is informed, and what the department is informed is to be done to course correct that.
Brandy, you want to address that?
Yes, so the departments are informed when the budget book is released.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Marie Tonkin is our last comment card.
I just add one other thing. I talked to this agency, SPCA. I do also communicate with the agencies as well, direct communication throughout the year. I know most of the executive directors.
Okay.
Right. We were informed when about our budget going forward, when the city came out with their budget. We had, before that budget came out though, we had the budget forms, and that's when we asked for our request for the additional funds going into 26. But when we received the news that it was cut by 30%, which is the current amount going into 2026.
Right, they basically cut every budget by 30%.
Right, they cut
so-
every budget by 30%.
Yeah. Ms. Tonkin?
Wait, if I may add, because we use that expression a lot, these are proposed cuts.
Right.
Proposed, that's an important word, because people are going to stand at the microphone and say that the city council has cut this or that. We're looking for every source of revenue possible. I just want us all to be on the same page that the administration, which executes according to the budget that has been presented, has proposed 30% increases in every area. We have the discretion to look at available funds and opportunities, which could include looking at some of the monies that we haven't seen in the past that are owed to us, and there may not be the cuts that we are seeing proposed to us on these potential budgets. But it's just important to recognize that these are proposed, and that is why we have these hearings. And I appreciate the seniors who are here today, because we hear you loud and clearly. As you can see, over the past years, when the Council on Aging has asked for money, we've made it available. We've made it available in grants. We will support you. But I do want us to leave this knowing that we are not saying that any of these budget cuts have to take place. We're working to make sure that they don't. But my question after the member of the public speaks is going to be, what can we do to get the governor's office on aging to help more? That's my question. You can think about it, because the governor found $7 million for a golf tournament, bringing in people, right? Right? He found $17 million for a 3-month transition center for those who are unhoused during the Super Bowl. That's $24 million. He found $23 million for lights on the Crescent City connection. Am I up to $50 million right now? And that's by executive order. I'm asking you to talk to us about your relationship with the Governor's Council on Aging and what we can do to enhance that relationship and simply get more money. But let's hear from the member of the public
Well,
first.
Mr. Councilmember Green, if we could allow for public comment and then.
Yes, that's what I'm saying, afterwards, after the public
We can
comment.
allow for public comment and then we'll get the final words from the Council on Aging. Ms. Tunkin?
Good morning. Thank you all, council people that are still here to hear us, because we should be heard, because we've been working not just now on aging. Most of all these seniors here have been working since their youth in the city. We have contributed in this city, and therefore it should be looked at and made sure that we are not cut. And not only that, we need a raise. We are getting older, and actually, I'm looking at you guys, y'all coming right behind us. So therefore, we gonna plan. We got to plan in order for us to be able to succeed. We had a lot of things that we deserve what we need, because the wellness is very important. Ben Franklin said an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And if we don't have the centers for us to go, that's wellness for us. You talking to somebody, I've had a stroke. And so therefore I need to rebuild that gray matter. And if it wasn't for the center, for me going to the center, constantly getting spiritual wellness, fitness, dance, a walking pad, all those things, we need that. The computer, technology, because guess what? I know you all get confused with AI now. We need that money. So we asking each and every one of you all that's sitting here, and those that are not here, listen to the tape, because we want the money. We need the money. We have been serving. I'm a volunteer. I'm a third-generation volunteer, and that.
That's
Getting something for my parents, and then my grandparents that worked in this community. I'm a third-generation homeowner, and we should not have to be fighting. I have to even thank God for the food bank, because the programs that they had, I got on RTA, but they had an older lady that came from dialysis. Her children's ships are on without any care. So therefore, I was blessed to be able to give the food, because I just got food from the food bank to give her my lunch, because she needed it. There's so many of them that are inside dying. So Council on Aging has been doing that. That food bank, and God bless y'all know Gay Fulton. We went fed during Thanksgiving. How you gonna feed these people? The Bible tells you to take care of your health.
Thank you, Ms. Tunkin. Do you want to?
All right,
Thank you.
all right.
Thank you so much.
Okay, to answer Mr. Green's question, this last legislative session, thanks to the New Orleans delegation, they were able, working with the other delegations around the state, to get at least an extra $1 million that went to all the councils on aging. We all divided that up among us. So that was $1 million divided by 64 parishes. So roughly we got an additional 30,000.
Unfortunately, though, that's a one-time expenditure.
That was just a one-time expense.
So we need to have a plan going to the legislature to ask for a long-term continuation of this funding. I'm asking you to collaborate with us so that we can go to the state and ask them if it was available then, it should be available now, the Governor's Office of Elderly Affairs. I'm not saying that we don't have responsibilities on our end, but it's important that we understand that the state has significant resources, as we've seen, invested in certain areas, and that the City of New Orleans covers state resources so often, whether it be with law enforcement for events that are booked at the Superdome and the Convention Center, whether it be EMS responses to things that are on state-owned property. The state has an obligation to us because we do support the state in many, many ways. I'm asking for a comprehensive look on your end as to how we can go and lobby for some permanence of that money.
Well, Councilman, we will get with you as soon. They're starting to put together the plans for the 26th legislative session, so my staff will be happy to sit down with you and any other council people who would like to help us with this endeavor. We have, over the years, proposed to the state of Louisiana from the Governor's Office of Elderly Affairs to increase the funds that go to, especially to the senior centers, because that is the focal point for a lot of activities throughout this state. The other thing that we've also asked was to try to, but part of that comes from the federal government, increase the allotment for meals so that, as we've already heard, not only from TCA, but also from my staff, that we live in a food desert, that we, unfortunately, people are going hungry in this state, in this city.
Councilmember Thomas.
Yeah, first of all, thank you for what you do in the Council on Aging. I served on that board years ago before I even got elected, and my mother used to go to St. Chaz Center, as well as a lot of the relatives there and family and friends that I have there. You've talked about it in the past. It was part of a discussion for the last several decades, and hopefully at some point it'll be considered. The next time somebody comes before us with a millage or a dedicated fund, a percentage of that ought to be dedicated to the Council on Aging. Because if we can take care of the fish, if we can take care of the riverfront, if we can take care of all these other, if we can talk about stormwater damage, and let's stop the storm and the hurricane from hitting our elderly. So hopefully at some point you'll be able to sit down with the powers that be to maybe we can find the lost penny again. That's a whole nother, y'all research that, right? But at some point, maybe a piece of that dedicated millage will go to the Council on Aging. Thank you.
I hope so, Councilman Thomas. We breached this subject about 8 years ago. There was a ballot on for the voters, but unfortunately it was turned down. And going forward, we would love to have a permanent funding source outside of the funds that we get from the state and also from the city that we can fall back on, because as you all know, cost is going up. We have paid drivers that deliver the meals. People ask why we don't use volunteers. Well, if it's raining, or if it's very inclement weather, those volunteers will call up and say, we're not delivering meals today. And we know that for a lot of our clients, that hot meal that they get is the only meal that they might receive that day. So, our cost is going up, but we're trying to, as we say, leverage what we receive so that we can make it go a little bit further.
Thank you. Anyone else on the dais? Thank you all so much for everything you do. Thank you for being here today, and thank you everyone in the audience.
Thank you very much, everyone, for coming by.
I would.
Next up is SPCA.
But I did comment.
Did they even talk about?
You want to take the one she has now and just upload it? Yeah, send it to her. I got to her email. How you been? I'm good. How about you? I'm good. Do you want us to give it to you next? No, just hurry up and get it to the She can upload it from here. Oh, so pretty. Yeah. Well, you saw.
All right, it looks like we're having some technical difficulties, but we should be up and running in a second.
I was gonna say, if you wanna sit over here. Guess I should take that off.
Anna, do you want to just get started so we can get rolling with it? Yep. Okay.
Good morning, members of the City Council.
Good morning.
The administration, as well as residents of the New Orleans community. Apologies for the slight delay. We've had some little technical snafu, but we are going to get started, and hopefully the presentation will be on the screen momentarily. Or there it is. So I wanted to start off by first saying thank you to the council, the administration, and the community for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of New Orleans Humane Law and Rescue. My name is Anna Zarilla, and I am the CEO of the Louisiana SPCA and of New Orleans Humane Law and Rescue. I am identifying both because most people use those terms interchangeably. The Louisiana SPCA is a nonprofit organization serving the greater New Orleans area. However, New Orleans Humane Law and Rescue is the legal entity with which the City of New Orleans contracts to deliver animal control services. And that entity was formed specifically for this reason. It allows us to segregate our funds and our operations to make sure that we are able to provide transparency and public records as those are needed. I want to go back for a minute. Historically, we have been looking at the Louisiana SPCA and our field services and realized that since our very inception in 1888, we have been providing this service to the City of New Orleans. The state authorized the formation of our organization and commissioned our law enforcement team as peace officers. And back in 1888, the City of New Orleans, the City Council, passed an ordinance which then gave us the legal authority to enforce all of the ordinances that address animal welfare, animal conditions, public safety, and public health. So, as I mentioned, our core function is both public health and public safety. On the public health side, our work involves ensuring that diseases that can spread between animals and people, so zoonotic diseases like rabies, are managed, and that is a legal requirement in the state of Louisiana. Also, that diseases that are spread through vectors, which are insects, like fleas and ticks, and even mosquitoes that can affect humans, that often animals are one of the main carriers of those insects, not mosquitoes, but fleas and ticks, that is being addressed and managed in the community through prevention in order to make sure that our humans stay healthy. The other critical piece is public safety. So we know that dog bites, dog attacks are public safety issues, and it is really important that there's an agency that's able to respond and to enforce the laws that protect our community from being injured because of animals that are roaming, that are off leash, as well as all of the other services that we provide, like rabies vaccinations, other kinds of community support like pet food pantry, and low-cost veterinary services.
Councilmember Thomas, do you want to go now or wait? Okay.
So there are three main drivers. Oh, there we go. So there are three main drivers in our operating cost in 2025 that I want to highlight, particularly as we shift and consider the cost in 2026. First is that we've had an unprecedented number of horses that we have had to investigate the circumstances around cruelty. These are horses that were found with no food, no water, no proper shelter. Veterinary needs were not being met, and we had to impound those horses. We do not have proper stables at our facility and have had to outsource the housing, the care, the feed, the cleaning, and the veterinary care for those animals while the owners worked through the court system. The majority of our cases have taken 7 to 9 months, and each of those horses costs about $1,100 a month for their care at the stables that we've been using. We had 4 that came in at the end of 2024. An additional 6 have come in 2025. The ones from 24 have continued to be in our care until this past September. And there really is not a whole lot we can do in terms of speeding up the court process or reducing the cost of care for the horses. The image that you see on the screen is of one of the horses that was being kept under the interstate, under an overpass on the interstate. And we know that with the economy being what it is, horses are expensive, and we have a number of households in the New Orleans community that keep horses on their personal properties, and we anticipate this is going to be an ongoing cost that we may see increase over the next year, if not longer. Second big cost driver is that large dogs coming into the shelter are continuing to come in at the same rate that they have. However, adoptions have decreased year over year. There's a number of reasons for it. It is not unique to New Orleans. It is happening all across the country. We know that increased cost related to feed. So we know dog food prices have gone up. We know veterinary prices have gone up. And the larger the dog, the more costly those two services are, or supplies are. And so people are hesitant, not because these aren't great dogs, not because they wouldn't be great companions, but there's that financial reality that adopting a larger dog does mean making a larger financial commitment. And our community is certainly concerned, I would say at minimum, as we've been hearing in the budget hearings, our community is struggling economically. And so this is a really big issue. The longer dogs are with us, the more likely they are to get sick, the more the veterinary care cost, the more feed cost. All of those things are interrelated, which is why I'm sharing the staggering decrease in large dog adoptions. The third major cost driver in 2025 has been an increase in the number of very young kittens. I would say since 2019, we haven't seen the number of kittens under 4 weeks old coming in that we saw this year. This started in mid-April, and by mid-May, so 1 month, we had over 500 kittens under 4 weeks old come in. When those teeny tiny kittens come in, we leverage our volunteers, our fosters to provide care. However, those kittens need kitten formula, which is very, very expensive. Those kittens often don't have strong immune systems, so they get sick, they have emergencies. The cost of emergency medical care is significant, and that is something that is important because the alternative is really not what we know what the community wants. So this past year, we spent a lot of time focusing on rebuilding our field services team. Since the pandemic, it has certainly been a struggle, and we have finally hit a really great stride with hiring and training excellent humane law officers. This year, we also have spent a lot of time partnering with our fellow first responders. We do a lot of work for NOPD, NOFD, and EMS when they go out on different calls and there are animals on location that need to be secured or removed. Our officers are the ones that are there. But the agency we worked most closely with, and that I do want to publicly thank, is OPCD. We have done some training with their team so that our humane law officers are better equipped and understand how OPCD works and how they dispatch and send out the calls to make sure we're all aligned and on the same page. When we've had issues or found issues, they've been very responsive to resolve them and make sure that we're all working as efficiently as we can. And just as recently as, I'm going to say about a month ago, OPCD was able to change how our calls appear on our officers' computers in their trucks. And what that's meant is that they are now responding to calls on the day they come in. Those are critical calls. Those are our emergency calls, as well as what I'm going to call the urgent calls. We are not currently able to be same day on non-emergency calls that are lower priorities, but getting us to a spot where we are doing same day response is huge, huge progress. And so I do want to thank them and also thank the council and the administration for the support that's allowed us to get here. So this current year, 2025, the council initially and the administration approved a budget of $2.8 million. We had a second funding adjustment that happened mid-year, which was an additional $350,000. And then we bring in approximately, and this is my projection for the end of the year, about $225,000 in fines and fees that we collect. Those are for things like stray animals that are redeemed. That is for any kind of adoptions or other fees that we collect. And then the rabies licensing program generates approximately $425,000. Our personnel costs and operating costs bring us in the current year to about $4.6 million. A cash deficit then for the year would be about $768,000 for the year. We were very appreciative of the administration working with us to dedicate some ARPA dollars. We had about $340,000 that was committed at the end of last year. That's allowed us to buy new trucks for the field team. They are actually being outfitted as we speak, so we are hoping to have those in service early in 2026. Our board saw that as a very generous commitment from the city, and so what we've done is used the dollars that are unrestricted dollars we would have spent on those trucks. We've instead been able to offset the deficit this year more significantly. And so our end of the year, we're expecting to have to subsidize about $428,000 of the city expense through our operating funds. So when we look at the 2026 proposal, the administration has proposed a decrease of $1.2 million. So the proposed funding would be $2 million. One of the I think initial challenges that I saw when I saw the number was that it did not include the additional mid-year funding in the calculation of the 30% reduction. When that additional amount is included, it's actually a 38% reduction, which is pretty significant. When we look at the current fines and fees, assuming those don't change, rabies licensing, again, at the same rate as the current year, that sets us up now for a $2 million deficit, which is extraordinary and not something that we are in a position to be able to subsidize. Our team has been working to identify some possible service changes I do want to be really clear when I say this, that these are not set in stone. These are not final decisions, but we've started really digging into our expenses to see where can we decrease the cost and how do we do that without impacting our community in more significant ways. So first, we might consider eliminating weekends or after-hour response. Those after-hour calls and weekend calls do require additional personnel and often do cause or create overtime because our officers are already working a 40-hour week. And so to have enough coverage all night, every night, 7 days a week, plus Saturdays and Sundays, it's a pretty significant cost. We've seen other municipal animal control agencies in Louisiana eliminate or reduce their stray hold for cats. What they've been able to do then is, because the cats are not legally, or we aren't legally required to hold the cats, they can be spayed and neutered and released back out into the community. Typically, this is adult cats that are healthy. These aren't your young cats that really are not gonna make it in the community, or that are not old enough for spay-neuter, which would be at minimum 8 weeks. That is another consideration that might reduce some cost, maybe not as significantly as some of the others. The equine impounds were unexpected and were quite costly. And so that is one that we may need to find another agency or another group that might be able to either temporarily or in partnership assist with that piece of work. We might look at closing to the public on certain days of the week. That would allow us to condense our team, our staff, a little bit more so that we aren't necessarily going to be open for intake 7 days a week, but we might have to look at, going down to 4 days a week for intake so that our team members can provide all the care that the animals need, in addition to still being as accessible as possible to the public. The other piece is that we may need to reduce the inspection of the Mardi Gras horses or find a way to do it in a more efficient or streamlined way. Right now, it is a very labor-intensive process. On the front end, we collect all of the paperwork. We ensure that it is all accurate and complete. But then at the time of the parades, when the parades line up, our officers go out and make sure it's the right horse with the right paperwork that has been cleared to participate. And that, again, results in a lot of overtime. And this past year, we actually brought in some contract contract team members that had expertise in horses to supplement our staff because we just didn't have the bandwidth to do it. Some of the potential impacts of reductions could be increasing the workload to other agencies. So in the past, when we haven't been able to do after hours or weekend response, that has fallen on NOPD. And we know that NOPD is stretched, and frankly, their resources need to be focused more on, the crime fighting and the other types of violent crime. But somebody has to do it, so I am concerned that that might land on them. We might find that off-leash dog bites and dangerous dog cases increase. Again, if we're not able to be as responsive as we are in this moment, if we don't have the bandwidth to do it, that may be something we are seeing next year. We may see an increase of strays in the community. Right now, we have, I'm going to say, a pretty significant number of strays that come in through the public because they're nice enough dogs and our community cares. So often, a community member will see a dog running down the street. They will open their car door, the dog hops in, and they just drive them over to us. That's fabulous in terms of making sure the animal is safe and the community is safe. But if we're not open every day, that's going to be a new challenge for the community. What do you do on that day when you're able to help and catch a dog, but you can't keep them at your house because you have other pets or you're just not set up to do that? Certainly one of my concerns is that some of the rescue groups in our community that are very active and that do really great work are going to be burdened even further if we're not able to be open and provide those services at the level that we do right now. So I did want to propose some additional strategies or some additional ways that we might be able to do more. One is that our rabies licensing fees have not increased since 2013. So for 12 years, we've had the exact same licensing fees. We know the cost of everything has gone up significantly in that same time window. We also know that our neighboring parishes have increased their licensing fees and we have not. And so one proposal that I would be happy to work with the council on is increasing the licensing fees to mirror what Jefferson Parish does, or close enough. And so if we double the current licensing fees from $10 for an altered license and $14 for an unaltered license, and we went to 20 and 28, potentially that could create another $400,000 of revenue without having to impact any other parts of the city's budget. The reason I say potentially is that, again, we know that our community is struggling. And so there may be community members that currently can do a license for 10 or 14 and may not be able to go to a $20 or $28 license. We also don't want to be citing people because they don't have their licenses because they can't afford it. So it's going to require some finesse in how we do it and some perhaps realistic projections. So it may not be exactly a $400,000 revenue increase in the first year, but I do think there is potential there to create a revenue stream that at least mitigate some of the reductions that we might have to make this year.
And I know Councilmember Thomas has his button pushed. I did want to jump in here really quickly because I spoke to your board president about this, and I'd be happy to sponsor an increase in the fines and fees if you all continue your free clinics for rabies vaccination. I know we have a flyer up here. It's human and animal vaccinations. Yes. And I also wonder if you might consider a pay what you can model. I'd be happy to pay the increased amounts for my dogs, but for those who cannot bear that impact, could they pay what they can? So at least they're paying something and there is some skin in the game.
Absolutely. I think we're open to all of the above and would, be happy to work with you and your team as well as the other council members on, how to make this work, particularly even in a transition year of moving up to the full amount. How do we get there and how do we make sure we're being responsive to the realities of our community? I will say that the vaccination events that we've been doing over the past year have been really impactful and they're really important. We know that veterinary care is exceptionally expensive. It is not that veterinarians are making a ton of money because most veterinary clinics are not, but the cost of everything has gone up. So we are one of the largest, I'm going to say purchasers, that may not be the right word, of vaccinations in our market. And we push on our vendors, all of the pharmaceutical companies, to give us the very best prices that we can get because of the volume we purchase. We purchase upwards of 20,000. Some years we've gone to 30,000 vaccines a year through events from our public clinic, our shelter, all of the above combined, and those prices have doubled over the past 2 years, and what we've been told about 26 is expect that they're going to continue to increase. And so there is some real cost there that, unfortunately, there's just not a lot we can do about it, and we will continue to press on those. And so we are very committed to doing those community events, finding sponsors, finding grants, finding other funding sources to make sure those things happen. And I did pass out the flyer, and I will be leaving some here, and we have them information here at City Hall as well as on our website and through our other partner agencies. But we are hosting a One Health event coming up this Sunday from 10 to 2 p.m. And it is in partnership with the city's health department and a number of other agencies to provide vaccinations both to animals, so that is our piece of the puzzle, as well as to humans. And so we want to continue to do more of that kind of work in partnership so that our entire community can be healthy and happy. My last slide, or second to last perhaps, is that certainly this year, the ability to access the ARPA funds has enabled us to get the equipment, the trucks that we need to provide this service. Recognizing that $2 million deficit is significant, we wanted to just share some additional ways that we might be able to close the gap. We have some significant capital expenses on the horizon. Our building is 18 years old, going on 19 years old, and a lot of our equipment needs to be replaced. And this is strictly the building that we use for all of our animal control services. This is not our veterinary clinic, our offices. This is just for the animals that come in through this CEA. And so, you know, these are the services we provide, are public safety, and these are capital infrastructure cost. And so if there are opportunities to work with the council or the administration, if there are other funding sources that could cover any of these critical costs, you know, again, our board is able and willing to see that as an offset, even though it is not operating dollars. It is an expense offset that enables us to provide this service for the city. And this is just an example list of what was top of mind for me, but certainly we have all kinds of other items. In closing, what I'd really like to share and my, you know, parting message to the community, to the council, to the administration, is that we are dedicated to this community and to the animals that are our companions in the community. We've been here for a very long time, and we are not going anywhere, and we are not, we're not changing, you know, who we are. What we're gonna have to change is some of the ways that we deliver the services, or even some of the services, and that might just be temporarily until, you know, the city is in a better position, or we're able to find some additional dollars that we can bring back some of the services. We're unwavering in our resolve, in our commitment to partnering with the city and the council. And we know that it is an exceptionally challenging and difficult time for the city. We know that the financial situation is real, and we also know that the impact of the federal cuts are impacting vital public services. We are not the only organization that's being hit with the cuts and the impacts. We know that this is across the board hitting everyone. And so these are real pressures that the city and all of the organizations that serve our community face. And like, you know, our partners, we are gonna make sure that we do as much as we can. We're not gonna make cuts in our services that are gonna impact the quality of our care, critical animal services, but we might see slower response, and we might see certain things that we just don't have the bandwidth to do. We know that the cuts are gonna impact the most vulnerable in our community, both in terms of animals and in terms of people, but we will do everything possible to minimize that impact to those who are most in need. And we may be operating in a very limited way, but the quality of our work and our mission remains uncompromised.
Thank you, Anna. Councilmember Thomas.
First of all, thank you guys. Every time that I've called you guys, y'all have come out, tried to come out. I want to share some information, especially about the time we're in. And when I finish, hopefully you can give us a picture of, you said we're going to have to do business differently. Well, there are a few things that are happening throughout this country, especially in urban areas. Wild animals are adopting now to urban and city environments. They're not running away anymore. So that puts more pressure on you guys. And wildlife and fisheries, state or federal, is not always accessible, but residents expect those pups, those that, you know, wherever they are, whatever animal they come from, to be dealt with. Also, there are a couple other things, like one of my neighbors moved and left the kittens and the cats. So those, and it's been over a year. So we have cats everywhere. the possums and the raccoons and everything else, and the snakes because of the lake, the pond, prey on the kittens because we only have one-day trash pickup, especially seasonal now. It produces mice and rats, and the cats prey on them. And then, you know, the last conversation you and I had was about the 90-pound pit bull that was terrorizing the neighborhood who almost got shot. Because I live in a neighborhood with my kids, and we're out with the kids playing. We don't stay inside like folk do today. But they couldn't keep the dog, was finding a way out of the pen and out of the house, and we didn't know where he came from. So we have an environment now that there's a whole lot of pressure from wildlife, from the fact that people are leaving their pets because they can't afford them. And there's this whole ecosystem out there that is putting more pressure on what you have to do today. So what does the future look like, especially in an environment like that? And how do you deal with it? Because when I talked to Thomas at the Nature Center, we were talking about the coyotes that had set up there. Well, they're not there anymore, they left. They didn't just disappear. They went somewhere. So that's a whole nother issue that puts more pressure on the environment that you have to deal in. What does the future look like?
I wish I had a crystal ball, Councilmember Thomas, and could tell you what the future looks like, but I'm concerned like you are. And we get the calls about the coyotes, we get the calls about the alligators, we get the calls about the wild pigs that are rooting up people's property and are charging or attacking their personal pets.
In the city?
In the city. We're not talking about, other parts of the state of Louisiana or rural areas. This is in the city of New Orleans. And so I think it's going to require a lot of cooperation and partnership. It's going to require more access to services for our community members to reduce some of those causes. So as you said, the trash.
And the
pickup,
trash is actually
you might
providing food.
Right. You might not think of trash services as being related to animal control, but it absolutely is. That's where cats are coming and feeding. That's where wild animals are coming and feeding. When we look at services, I would also say transportation is a big challenge in the city of New Orleans. So it can be great to have a low-cost veterinary clinic on the West Bank. However, if you can't get there because the buses won't take you and your dog, you can't get that care. Likewise, I don't know your neighbor's situation, but we certainly have community members that
Well, y'all went
have
out
pets.
after we spoke.
Yeah,
You sent
yeah,
someone
but-
to, and we haven't seen the dog loose again. Thank God.
But we've had community members, and this actually happened earlier this week. We had a gentleman that came to the shelter and needed to relinquish his pets, but it took him a really long time to be able to coordinate with someone to help him get transportation, to be able to bring the dog to us, rather than just abandoning the dog in his neighborhood or moving and leaving the dog behind. Often, our community members don't want to do that. They don't want to abandon their animals. They don't want to leave a problem for someone else to deal with. But if we as a city don't have all the services that people need, this is part of the outcome.
Well, the
So
neighbor
there's-
behind us left the house, which is derelict, and the cats. And now the cats are everywhere.
Everywhere. And
You-
cats reproduce quickly.
And the other wild animals also prey on the kittens.
Absolutely. And so on our side, the piece of the work that we can do and that we will continue to look for and, try to secure funding around spay-neuter, around, we have a program right now that is not part of the city contract. We have grants and we've fundraised for it. That is our community initiatives, where we have a team member that is working she focuses on one neighborhood at a time, and she transports them in one of our vans. She'll go and pick up animals, bring them into the clinic, make sure they get the care. And this is usually for community members that are housebound, so a lot of the seniors that we work with. It's for individuals that do not have any other way to access veterinary care. And there's some parts of the city that there are very few veterinary clinics. Even if you can afford it, if there's only one veterinary clinic and you can't get an appointment, or they're only open on certain days and those are the days and times that you work, it's just not accessible. And so I think there's a lot that we can do and a lot that we want to do. So I would love to see a future in New Orleans where care for animals is accessible, and that means price, that means transportation or locations where people can get care. I'd also like to see more resources around pet food pantries. Earlier, I was here listening to some of the other nonprofits that do provide meals for humans, and we often, will seek out and find donations for pet food because we know that our community members skip meals for themselves because they want to feed their pets. And 20 years ago, when Katrina hit, we know that people did not evacuate because services were not available for their animals. And so even if it seems completely disconnected, when we provide for animals, we provide for people. People will have nutritious food for themselves when we can provide for their pets. People will access health services. So even the One Health event that we're doing, the reason it works and the reason it works so well is because people come because their pet can get their vaccines. And while they're there, they get their own. If it's just a human health vaccination event, the turnout's not always as strong. But people are so committed to their pets in our city that they will show up for their pets, and that helps them get all the things that they need. And I just share that to say, one, that I see that there's a lot of need on all sides, and that I'd love to work with the council and the new administration on what does a future vision for the city look like? How do we create dog parks in neighborhoods that need them so that they're safe, fenced-in places for people to take their dogs, that they're not walking off leash? How do we create a system for better poop scooping? We know that's an issue. We know that, pet poop that's out in the community can spread disease. There are lots of different initiatives that I think would really help New Orleans and our community be healthier and ensure that we're safer and there's more well-being all the way.
Well, you and I have had these conversations, and for those of us who care about animals, they're not as flaky as people, are sensitive.
True facts.
We just live in an environment that's changing.
Yeah.
And the clinic on Dowman, which is in Councilmember Green's district, is historically where I've taken my pets over the decades, but you can't always get an appointment.
Yeah.
So we talk about food deserts. We don't really understand the fact that for animal lovers or people who really pride the relationship with their animals, that you don't always have access when you need it.
When you need it.
And it can be an emergency. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Councilmember Green.
I share these agendas with the public, so these budget presentations give us an opportunity to talk about all of the pressures that there are on city government. This is yet another pressure on city government, and why it's important that we identify resources and be realistic about our expenditures. But I want to ask you to comment because there are people who are watching. Sure. And they know that the Louisiana SPCA is presenting at this time. Sure. Can you talk about stray cats and coyotes?
Absolutely. So New Orleans is a community that is prime for outside cats. We have raised houses, we have warm weather, we have, a pretty laissez-faire kind of approach to many issues in the city, and so outdoor cats are pretty common. Part of what has been happening is as funding becomes more limited to subsidize spay-neuter, and I will say this has been, a challenge for us as an organization in that some of the big foundations that were pouring money into spay-neuter 10 years ago. So these are national foundations that really saw, the need across the country, and they were offering grants, and we went after every grant we could, have really been pulling back from that because there are lots of communities across the country that have spayed and neutered enough that they no longer need it. So those big foundations have moved on to other priorities. So we have an issue of not enough subsidy funding for spay-neuter to make it accessible and affordable to all of our community members. a lot of community cat caretakers don't have the funding, they don't have the personal resources to pay $50 a cat to have them spayed or neutered. They're often doing this out of their own pocket as volunteers after work, or many of them are retired seniors who are trapping cats on the weekends to make sure that it is not an overpopulation issue in their neighborhood. In terms of coyotes, we've certainly had coyotes in New Orleans for many, many years. Around City Park, we certainly have a group of coyotes that travel from around the park area all the way up to the lake. I think they may cross multiple council districts. I think Councilmember Green and possibly Councilmember Geruso may be right on kind of that line of where a lot of those coyotes are. But we also see them uptown along the levee. We see them in Algiers around the levee. And when we have, I'm going to say some environmental changes. So when we have drier periods of time, when there's less, little critters available for them to eat along the levees, along some of the less inhabited areas, those animals will move into more residential areas, including parts of City Park, and little tiny kittens that, or even sometimes larger cats that are in those areas are often the victims of those kinds of environmental changes. And so we don't have a great solution, and what I would say is we've worked a lot with Wildlife and Fisheries, as well as New Orleans Mosquito, Termite, and Rodent Control around how to best manage coyotes. Coyotes do function in a family structure, I would say, and so you can't just remove one out of the group and solve the problem. And so I don't have a good solution for the coyote issue or problem other than, as we've said, managing cats, managing trash, doing what we can to provide appropriate areas that are not being commercialized so that those animals have wildlife to live in. But we live in an urban city, so some of this is part of what living in an urban city, what comes with it, squirrels, raccoons, possums, outside kitties, and some coyotes here and there.
These questions have a purpose. I'm going to take your presentation and share it with the public.
Absolutely.
Because in addition to the issues of addressing the budget and variances and zoning and doing investigations, we get so many calls, I see a coyote.
Yep.
I saw a coyote. At the end of the day, they have to eat something, and I hope the members of the public who are caring for cats recognize that the reason that your cats are missing is because they've probably been consumed by a coyote. Go ahead.
Well, and the other thing I'll say, and I'm sorry I didn't say this earlier, is that there are groups in the city that are doing amazing work. Trap Dat Cat is one of them that we partner with regularly to trap cats. And one of the most frustrating things for them when they go out, their volunteers go out and trap cats, is when they see large amounts of food that's just left out for cats to feed on. And what we know is, in addition to trash, in addition to other sources of food, as community members, we often want to do the right thing, and we want to feed those outside kitties that look skinny or look hungry. And it's really important that if the community chooses to feed outside cats, that you put it in a container, you put it out, and then you pick it up or you cover it. Because leaving large amounts of food, or honestly any amount of food outside unattended, is going to attract more of those critters that are not necessarily who you're trying to feed. So you will get more coyotes, you're going to get the raccoons, you're going to get the possums that are coming to eat the cat food you put out. When you set a giant bag out, you leave it out all night long, those are all nocturnal critters that are going to come and feast in the buffet that you left. And your neighbors have a right to not have those critters all over their property, impacting their personal pets. And so we've got to be good neighbors, and we've got to, do our part to make sure that we are, if you want to feed, that you do it in a way that is responsible and you're not just leaving cat food out unattended.
Can you talk to the public about the dangers of just allowing your dog or cat or animal to just roam the community, and also walking your dog without any intention of cleaning up after your dog? The
Absolutely.
health issues are important.
Absolutely. I think those are the two most reported issues that are the hardest to address on the enforcement side, because often someone takes their dog out for a walk, the dog's off leash, that person may have a great relationship with the dog, they may feel very strongly that their dog will always listen, but I will tell you, as the owner of a dog who has a really hard time when he meets a new dog, when your dog is across the street off leash and I'm walking my dog on a leash and your dog is friendly and wagging his tail and wanting to come over and say hi, it's not going to end well if they do. And that is a reality, and I work really hard with my dog to make sure that my dog, you know, is listening, and we're doing a lot of training to make sure that, you know, he can stay as calm as he can. But your dog has got to be on a leash. That is your legal responsibility in the city of New Orleans. When you walk your dog, they must be on a leash and in your control at all times.
Dogs have personalities too.
They do, and not every dog, even though I have a young dog who's the friendliest dog on earth and will roll over and show you her belly the second she meets you, but there's certain dogs she doesn't like. It's just like humans. And so I want to reemphasize that it isn't that we don't believe you that you have a well-trained, very sweet dog, but it's that the other people in your community have a right to not have your dog approach them, approach their dog, approach their children, run onto their yards, do the things that you may feel like is okay. That's against the law. And it's really important for our community, again, to do their part to keep their neighbors safe. The other part is about poop scooping. I will also share that I am the parent of a child who is not very careful and doesn't always look where he's walking when we go to the park, when we go to places, and it is incredibly frustrating to see that other pet owners are letting their dogs poop wherever and are not picking up after them. Not only is it annoying and difficult when you have a kid with poop on their shoes, but it's also a health issue. So dogs do transmit parasites that can infect and will infect children if they touch the poop and they touch their eyes, their nose, their mouth. They have other conditions that they will spread to other dogs. So if that dog is not fully vaccinated, or maybe it's been lapsed in its vaccine, so it got vaccinations years ago, you, for whatever reason, haven't been able to get up to date on your shots, and your dog is carrying a virus that it is shedding in its poop, my puppy might get really sick because you didn't pick up after your dog. And so, again, I don't have a great solution in terms of how do we do better in New Orleans, but we have to do better. We have to take care of the kids in our community, the other animals in the community, our neighbors that have a right to not have your dog poop on their yard, on the public park, on the neutral ground. People walk through those areas and should not have to contend with your dog's waste. We need to do better.
I still find it incredible in this day and age that some people are so selfish, that they walk with these long leashes and they let their dogs go on other people's yards. They let their dogs go on the neutral grounds alone. And I am talking to them by asking these questions. I have two quick questions.
Sure.
Can you talk about the legalities of raising chickens?
Yes, so it is legal in the city of New Orleans to have chickens. It is not legal in New Orleans to have roosters. So there is a difference, and part of the reason is that roosters really are not, don't have a role, a purpose in terms of providing eggs and some of the other reasons why people might choose to have chickens in an urban area. That said, roosters and hens often sound similarly and might even look similarly. So we often will get calls that someone has a bunch of roosters. We've sent someone out to investigate, and it turns out they're not roosters, they're just very loud hens, or they're hens that are of a specific breed that appear more rooster-like. That said, we have a chicken problem in New Orleans. I was driving
I can tell you
through-
the streets on which we have a problem in certain wards.
Oh,
And I
shoot.
know
I
the
wish I could
individuals.
tell you off the top of my head, but I'll tell you, I was driving down Franklin, and I forget what street I turned, left on towards New Orleans East, and there were chickens everywhere. And they were little chickens, and they were big chickens, and
You turn left on North Roman Street and went 2 blocks over, but that's all right. I'll say.
Exactly. I was gonna say, like, that sounds about right where I
I know
was.
where they are.
And on Rampart, we have them. In Upper Ninth Ward, we have them. I mean, they're all over, and, you know, chickens are birds, and while they don't fly far, they can get over a fence easily. I mean, it happens. And so we have a lot of chickens in the city, and chickens go on people's porches, and they poop on their porches. They are not potty trained, and they are not trained to stay in your yard. And again, if it's your chicken, it's your responsibility. You know, there are ways for you to net your yard, to enclose your chicken area so that your chicken has a lovely area to be outside without intruding on your neighbors' yards and on your neighbors' properties.
We've had people that call our office to say that their chicken got run over in the street. Can we get police crime camera footage so that we can share with them so that they can track
Yeah.
the vehicle? But they don't understand that you can't let your chickens just roam.
You can't.
You can raise them in New Orleans,
Yep.
but they can't just roam. Just roam.
Absolutely true.
It's just budget hearings just give me a chance to have you say publicly things that kind of need to be said. So
Absolutely.
on the positive side, I mean, those are issues that it's important to express the concern with and frustration with. But when we do call the Louisiana SPCA relative to stray dogs, especially people who have let pit bulls go and roam neighborhoods at the threat of them causing damage to children, there have been responses, so we appreciate that. And I emphasize what I've emphasized before. Nobody wants to cut anybody. If we can avoid cuts, we will attempt to do so. But it's important to recognize that just as we see in this presentation, there are challenges in a variety of areas. We have tough decisions to make on our end, but it's important for us to not walk away from here saying that we don't appreciate the work that's being done. So thank you for the work that you do.
Certainly. Thank you.
Morgan Clevenger, you have a card? In the meantime, Anna, I will work with you on getting the fees increased and maybe do a sliding scale for those who can't afford it or pay what you go. So my office will get in contact with you. Thank you for appearing today. Morgan, you're up. You got 2 minutes.
Thank you, Leslie. And thank you to the Louisiana SPCA. And I also want to recognize the many, many volunteers that do this work in the city, particularly the TNR program around the outdoor cats population. And many, many good points were brought up. I'm not going to go through all of them, but so I will say the piece about dog parks and about poop, because in our neighborhood association, that is 2 of the biggest issues that we see people go to almost battle over. And our playground is our only public space. We do not have a church or school, Stallings Gentili. And we have seen an influx of dog owners, new people moving to the neighborhood that use our playground as a dog park, though it's unofficial. And what happens is we also have a football team that is supposed to be practicing on that field, and it is not sanitary and hygienic. And the parents of these children get very upset when they see the dogs running and doing whatever they do. So solving those issues, we know we had big dog park fights years ago around with Nord and in the city. So we need to really address that. But I would also like to say that in terms of trying to find money for all of our agencies, we do have 60% of property parcels in the city that are tax exempt. And we really need to revisit a parcel or service fee for these properties, because we cannot keep cutting our very needed services from all these agencies with putting more on the backs of the people. that already are responsible for paying for this budget. So I would really like you to consider how we can go about doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Morgan. Thank you, Anna. Next up is the Arts Council New Orleans.
ACNO.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Green. How are you? Hi.
Good to see you. I didn't know I was alone again.
Yes, yes. I'm Joycelyn Reynolds, President and CEO of Arts New Orleans. Our official name is Arts Council New Orleans. We have been doing business in New Orleans for 50 years, mostly with partnership with the City of New Orleans. We developed the Community Arts Program in 1982 and working with the city. And we have continued to administer that program today. To date, we have two categories. One provides operating support to nonprofit arts organizations. It's one of the few sources in this city that provides operating support to nonprofits. And as we know, nonprofits have been greatly impacted by funding cuts recently this year. And the other category supports street parading culture, usually done by Black Masking Indians and social aid and pleasure clubs. I want to introduce my colleague, Grace Rennie, who is our Director of Grant Making and Operations, and Grace manages our Community Arts Grant Program. What do you do? No. On the keyboard. So our budget for community arts grants is usually $550,000. The city is recommending a 30% cut this year, which will greatly impact our arts community. We do understand the city and even the nation is having financial trouble right now, so we do understand that. And we appreciate that we are still in the city's budget, even with a 30% cut. So we really do appreciate that.
Thank you for saying that.
Yes, we do. Let's see. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the benefits of art and culture, because in New Orleans, it's who we are. You know, from dancing in the streets to our theaters, our music, it's what we do and what we're known for on a national level. So the first thing I want to talk about is youth development. Art programs give young people safe and creative spaces to build confidence, teamwork, and problem-solving skills. Skills that help in life and in school. More than half of our grantees serve youth. Our own Young Artist Movement program shows how powerful arts education can be. YAM combines art, education, and workforce training through two main parts. Our community program works with youth ages 14 to 22. They design murals and public art that brighten neighborhoods and inspire pride. So we have been working with this program. We've had this program for 11 years. We have done art throughout the city. The large mural in front of Parish Prison that was unveiled during the Super Bowl, that is one of our projects. there's a huge sculpture that the youth worked with Joe Williams in front of the levee break in Gentilly. That's in your district. That's the district I live in, Councilmember Green. And then we have art inside the Four Seasons. There's murals that the young people have done across the city. That's one arm of our Young Artist Movement program. The other arm is justice work. So working with the city, we have a justice, we give justice-involved youth meaningful alternative through arts. We have a partnership with the city. We have a diversion program where we work with a team of 10 young people with the lead artist and a social worker making art happen. We just finished working with some young people who designed a mosaic for a bench in the Louisiana Nature Center in New Orleans East, and that'll be installed later this year, or early next year, actually.
That's part of the diversion programs?
Yes,
Someone did
that's
that?
part of, we have,
Please make sure that the council members are on that invitation list.
yes.
Because we strongly support diversion programs.
Thank you. We also go inside the city lot facility, the Juvenile Justice Intervention Center, and we also compensate those youth who then give money to their families, and they keep a small portion of those dollars. So we have created 6 large-scale murals. We bring professional artists inside. They work with the youth, and so that's another impactful program we have been doing for many years. And not only do we work with the city, but we work with many, we have to find other partners to support our Young Artist Movement program. And this is the type of program that our arts groups who are getting community arts grants are doing. You know, like our ballet, they have free dance class. You know, our opera, they have a free performance for young people. And I can go on and on. So that's the type of activity that we are supporting. Quality of life and community connection. The arts bring people together, strengthen our neighborhoods, and make our city more vibrant. They create spaces where diversity is celebrated and every voice and cultures belong. If you're talking about arts, you're talking about diversity, because we're about inclusion, and that's what our community is about, inclusion. Tourism and city identity. Our culture is what sets New Orleans apart. The arts attract millions of visitors each year and keep us recognized worldwide as a cultural capital. And economic impact. The creative sector supports thousands of local jobs and brings hundreds of millions of dollars into the city through cultural tourism and direct spending. What's unique about the Community Arts Program is providing these small operating support grants to organizations, because it's so hard. You know, as the director of the Arts Council, I have to raise funds. Our budget is over $4 million. So I have to raise money to get the team together, to pay for overhead, to pay for health insurance. And a lot of the grant funding is like, you can't spend any of that money for administration. And that's very difficult, because without the people, you can't do the projects. So I'm going to turn it over to Grace, who's going to give some more information, and then I'm going to talk about our other programs.
Thanks, Joycelyn. Can you go to the next slide? Oh, on the... Thank you. Hi, thank you for having me today. My name is Grace Rennie, and I'm the Director of Grant Making and Operations at Arts New Orleans. I first want to thank the City Council for recognizing and supporting the critical role of arts and culture in our city, both through this program and other programs. We know this is a really challenging budget year and appreciate the council's work to transparently communicate the really difficult choices y'all are having to make. We're here to advocate today on behalf of our whole sector, so the whole arts and cultural sector of the city. We have 61 organizations that will receive funding through this program this coming year, hopefully. So that's what we're here to do today, and to encourage y'all to maintain funding within the budget for this program. So as Joycelyn said, the Community Arts Grants Program directly supports nonprofit arts organizations across our city that work with our youth, create cultural cohesion in our neighborhoods, and put on the free public events that mean so much to the people of New Orleans. This relatively modest program and investment in our cultural organizations has an incredible return, creating jobs, cultural events, and joy in our streets. So we at the Arts Council have administered this program for over 40 years now. So this is a grant that a lot of our cultural organizations depend on and count on in their annual budgets. While grants are fairly small, they range from $3,500 to $14,000, they have a large impact on the stability and planning for these organizations. Joycelyn went over the benefits of arts and culture in general, so I'm going to talk a little bit about what makes this program specifically unique in our city. So as Joycelyn said, this grant supports both operating support for nonprofit arts organizations as well as project support for parading groups. So this funding really fills a critical gap. This is the only city-funded grant program that provides multi-year general operating support to arts organizations. As Joycelyn was saying, you know, we need staff in place, we need to pay our rent, we need to pay insurance. And this support makes sure that all these organizations have the infrastructure that they need in place in order to plan ahead, to retain staff, to deliver high quality program, and to leverage other project-based opportunities that are available both through the city, through the state, and through private entities. So this really helps strengthen the overall resilience of our cultural community by funding these baseline supports. It makes them more nimble to pivot when there are budget challenges like this year. Many of our organizations also receive grant dollars from the NEA, the National Endowment for the Arts. Those dollars have largely disappeared this year. So our organizations are really facing a lot of challenges right now. Private fundraising is also more difficult in this time of economic uncertainty. So these grants drive broad community impact. As I said, we fund about 60 organizations a year, and that's across the entire city, every district, East Bank, West Bank, and every artistic medium and organization size. So from very small organizations to our really large, stalwart institutions. So these funds ensure that year-round cultural programs that benefit our residents, our youth, and attract visitors can continually happen. And then lastly, we have been administering this program for over 40 years and do so in a very efficient and community-led grant-making process. All of the organizations on the list in front of you that have been recommended were evaluated and selected by panels of community members. So we at the Arts Council don't make these decisions ourselves. We make sure that all the organizations are eligible to receive these funds, and then community members themselves say these are the projects that we think are important and should be funded. So that takes, that administrative process we take care of, and it ensures that organizations with the greatest impact receive these funds. So can you go to the next slide? No? I'm not sure how to. Could we get a little technical assistance? Sorry, we exited full screen by accident. Thank you so much. Okay.
That's the right one.
All right, so this is the list of organizations that have been recommended for our New Orleans' Cultural Capital grants next year, which are those general operating support grants. You'll see there's 51 organizations here that span the whole city. They span all kinds of activities. I'll highlight just a few. So the Ellis Marsalis Center for Music does youth music education programs in the lower 9th Ward. The New Orleans African American Museum is a cultural hub and meeting place that produces great programming in Treme. Prescription Joy is an organization that brings performers clowning into youth hospitals to bring joy to our youth that are undergoing long-term treatment. The Ella Project provides legal and business services for our musicians, making sure that they can have full, robust, and sustainable careers. And the Roots of Music you've probably been very familiar with and seen out on the parade route teaching another youth marching band education program.
And they have a new headquarters at the former site of St. Gabriel, the Archangel, in Gentilly. And the Gentilly community can't be more pleased to see those young people out there in our community and doing various works. So thank you for that support.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Councilmember Green. So the organizations funded by this program are part of the heartbeat of our city and serve as the backbone for sustaining our cultural traditions, attracting tourists, and inspiring youth to be the next generation of culture bearers for our city. This operating support is critical. And yeah, you have a list of all of them with their recommended grant amounts based on our budget from last year. Our plan, under a budget reduction is to still fund all of these organizations, but just reduce those grant amounts. Great. So then the other category is our More Joy category that supports parading groups. So we've recommended 11 organizations for funding this year, and there's a full list here. I'll highlight a couple. Creole Wild West has been doing free educational programming in Central City to bring youth into the Black Masking Indian culture for years, and we have been supporting that work. And then another one you may be familiar with is the New Orleans Mardi Gras Indian Council that puts on Super Sunday every year. And then also there's the Mohawk Hunters, which is the one of the few groups on the West Bank, one of the few Black Masking Indian groups on the West Bank. So there's not a lot of support for these groups. They tend to band together and continue their traditions, self-funded, and it's really important and valuable that we've been able to direct these funds to such an important part of our culture and our visibility as a city. So in addition to so that's what we have recommended for next year. This year, we received the largest number of applications we ever have to this program. We have an incredibly robust arts and culture sector, and the need there is growing. So obviously, the city is facing great budget challenges. We had hoped to be able to ask for an increase to this program this year, but understand that that's not appropriate or possible. But we want to maintain the presence of this program in the city budget, so that we can continue to work with the council in the future to really make this program match the need and the impact of our sector. And we look forward to working with you all on that in the coming years. This investment in our cultural economy really has ripple effects out through our community, and we appreciate you considering our request to maintain it in the budget. So thank you so much, and I'll turn it back over to Joycelyn, who will share a little bit more about the Arts Council of New Orleans. The funding we get through this budget hearing just goes to the Community Arts Grants Program, though.
And so we also do the LunaFest Festival, which we've been doing for many years. In 2024, we had 40,000 people attend our 4-night festival with the video mapping projection on Gallia Hall. And we had probably about 12 to 14 pieces of light art, and it continued through the Piazza d'Italia. And so we had like 40,000 people, not just local people and regional people, from other communities. I met people from California, from DC. As I walked through the crowd, they just said, oh my God, I came here for this festival. So we do attract tourists when we do our festival, and it's local, and we have an art market. And last year we had Black Masking Indians. We had an art market, and we had a youth art market with our YAM participants. So that's a very impactful program, and we're bringing it back in 2026. Another project that we work with the city that we developed in 1986 is the Percent for Art program. As you go down, in City Hall, you see the tiles all down the street names, all along the hall. That was placed in the city probably in the early 90s. So we have art throughout the city. New Orleans East, for example, we have a mural on the library. We did that not just with percent money, but we got $100,000 from the National Endowment for the Arts to supplement that. And we also got money from people who live in the East, like Dr. Stella Jones, who made a donation. And we have 3 large-scale murals in Joe Brown Park. That was done not just by professional artists, but youth. You know, we hired a number of youth through our Young Artist Movement program to work with local artists. The mural on the library by Milagros, that was done probably about 10 years ago. The artwork in front of the library, which is Rain Towers, that was done by an international artist, that has been up since the 1990s. The artwork in Duncan Plaza, the circles, that was done in partnership with the Downtown Development District. So we do art and make art all around the community, working with the city through the Percent for Art program. You can see on the slide, we have 3 outstanding programs that were unveiled right before the Super Bowl. The first is on the Civil Courthouse, which was done probably by, it was not done just by Carl Joe Williams. He hired a number of artists to create this beautiful mural on the courthouse. You can see the artwork across the street by B. Mike that he said is looking over the city's shoulder. And that was created with a number of professional artists. And then the food truck plaza, you can see how beautiful that is. If that did not have the artwork, it would not be a destination. Just having the artwork on the food truck plaza has greatly impacted this community. And Arts New Orleans did probably another 10 murals working with different entities for the Super Bowl. So that's one of the projects that we do. We do art markets. We have upcoming art markets in City Park and Marcellus Harmony Park. Because it's holiday markets, we may have 100 or more vendors out there, and we hire professional musicians, and we have food and culture. So people look for those markets every year. And let's see if I'm just not. So our budget, as I said earlier, is $4 million, which we have to raise the majority of those dollars from community partners, national partners, et cetera. And again, thank you for considering Arts New Orleans' request for community arts grants. A 30% cut because it's such small grants. The total amount was $550,000. So it's not a lot of money for the arts community, but the 30% cut will be felt by the arts community because as nonprofits, we are hearing from our funders that money is going away. For example, Arts New Orleans, we lost probably $150,000 of National Endowment for the Arts grants. And that's been a ripple effect throughout the community. You know, corporations are giving less, and so we understand that this is a time for a budget cut, but we do appreciate that you still are supporting the arts and recognizing its impact in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments from the dais? Any online comments? Hearing none?
No, I do have a comment.
Oh, Councilman Green.
I just want to thank you for what you do, and as I go throughout our city, I'm reminded of our artistic talents as I see the many murals. A lot of people don't, maybe it's because I look at it and because I've been involved with trying to fight the graffiti. At the end of the day, I see the many murals that are out there, and I just want to say I appreciate your work. But not only that, I know that people who drive by some of these murals, such as on the libraries, really do get a feeling that New Orleans is a little bit different from a lot of other cities. I can't find these murals when I go through other cities in Louisiana. I can't find them when I go to Houston. I can find them when I come to New Orleans. And it is part of the flavor of our city that we recognize and do have an opportunity for our artists to participate. And whether it be as musical artists, but sometimes visual artists, sometimes theater arts and the like. I'm proud that I've been able to be in a position with the Culture and Recreation Fund to fund some of our visual art and our theater art. So just in general, I just want to say to you all, thank you. Again, these are proposed budget reductions. They are proposed. Anything could happen between now and then, And I know that our mayor-elect, for example, is working hard to make sure that we can continue as many of the services that we've been provided in the future in our budget committee and our members of the council. So I just want to let you know that I appreciate you acknowledging that the city has been involved and is not proposing to not be involved. We're proposing to continue that work. But I think that there's going to be a favorable outcome at the end. But most important is to say, thank you for the work that you do. It's seen, it's recognized, and it makes a difference.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Green. We do have two public comment cards that were submitted. Akila Tony, followed by Ms. Morgan Clevenger.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Akila Tony. I'm the Youth Programs Manager at 826 New Orleans, and I'm also a local artist in the city. And we're also one of the recipients of the New Orleans as Cultural Capital Grants from Arts Council. So thank you guys so much for your continuous support. I'm here to speak to and advocate for city-funded grant programs like the Community Arts Grant. We are in a time where social services are being cut nationwide, daycares, educational institutions, public serving nonprofit organizations, and cultural institutions are drastically being defunded nationwide. And programs that specifically serve as Black and brown people, low-income families, LGBTQ people, and programs that directly respond to the degradation of oppressed people are all in jeopardy. And as the cradle of cultural innovation and intergenerational cultural arts really here in the city, following this national precedent will be detrimental to the cultural arts and public servant city offices and organizations in the city of New Orleans. The residents of the city, the culture bearers, artists, teachers should not have to pay for the financial mismanagement within the city government. The Vera Institute of Justice, they recently released a report. They're a member of the Big Easy Budget Coalition. They conducted a survey. In 2025, they found that 63% of participants believe that the city of New Orleans spent too much on police and courts. 89% said that city government spent too little on youth opportunities, affordable housing, education, and mental health services. 81% responded that preventative services should be a main priority for our legal system. So whatever decision that you all come to, I want you to know that your constituents are on the side of supporting city-funded grant programs and arts opportunities, especially for youth in our city. And going through with the 30% cut would directly go against the wants and needs of your constituents in the City Fund Grant Program. So I encourage you to please continue to fund the arts in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clevenger.
Good afternoon. You know, New Orleans is a city of artists, and so many of us, it starts in the home, it starts in the community, and the Arts Council of New Orleans, I'm thinking about John Scott, and I'm thinking about Willie Birch as great visual artists, but I'm also going to call Veronica Downs Dorsey again because we no longer have significant arts and music programs in our charter school system. And that is a real deficit for our children and for our young people to grow up and not have that in their lives. Because we also have experienced in the last 20 years a loss of the communities that created culture bearers. We no longer have those communities that are centered around church, school, interconnected families, seniors to young people. So I really think that what the Arts Council does and the many people, that organizations that you support, is actually an incubator to keep arts in our community, specifically because we've lost it in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clevenger. Any closing remarks? All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you all for the work that you do. And remember, we don't want to make any cuts.
Thank you.
Thank
We'll
you.
look for that surprise when we get the final number from you guys.
No, we don't want to. That doesn't mean it doesn't have to happen, but I'm just telling you, we appreciate your work.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Next, we'll have New Orleans Tourism and Culture Fund.
watch television. They sit in the seats when they watch it. They're tired of that. That was funny. They said, yes. They're retired of that. Retired of that.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity to present our 2025 programming and our 2026 goals. I am Lisa Alexis, and I have the pleasure of serving with a dynamic team of the New Orleans Tourism and Cultural team, as well as with an awesome board. I'll get started and right into it. Moving into our review of our 2025 goals, I would just like to note at the time we submitted our goals, there are some items that are in yellow because we had not gotten to the point of completion, so I'll update as we move forward. Our department goal of awarding 500 grants, we are still working towards that goal. We had a final grant round that took place in September, so the culminating and final results will be in December. But as of this point, we have awarded 352 grants this year. We are sponsoring, and we have sponsored in the month of September and October, the NOLA by NOLA Music Festival. That was a great success. It offered over 300 concerts at different venues throughout the city, and it was over 50 venues that participated. And this was a direct local economic goal to offer the venues, musicians, and the cultural economy the opportunity in partnership with 30 by 90 and with New Orleans and Company, the marketing to encourage people to travel to New Orleans and enjoy the best weather and the best culture during that time frame. Also, our goal is to establish a cultural information system. That process has begun. We are in the developmental prototype testing at this time, along with our cultural working group that was established. They have met and are working to fine-tune a cultural information system that we have in the process of establishing so that we can increase more visibility of our cultural artists, the cultural businesses. It will also afford economic development in the form of being exposed to event organizers, buyers who are seeking to purchase their merchandise, as well as it's going to provide access to capital because it will be in partnership with the financial and banking institutions. Also, hosting 3 Elevation Series economic workshops. We have one more to go. It will take place November 18th. We had an Elevation Series that took place with our small businesses and cultural businesses and Chase, JP Morgan Chase Bank. Then we held one regarding AI, how to utilize AI for your marketing and to the benefit of growing your business. And the one coming up on November 18th will be in regards to marketing, how you can set up a small marketing plan that will give you the exposure and awareness to increase the merchandising or to be booked for engagements. And then hosting the 2025 NOTCF Honors Gala of 8 honorees that took place in January. Looking forward to the one January 2026. And then moving to the next page, partnering with the Greater New Orleans Sports Foundation to host Super Bowl 59. That was a great success and went forward. And for the first time, we had opportunities to have our cultural artists in direct partnership with the NFL. And so that gave great exposure. And my understanding is the NFL altogether, from a cultural standpoint, invested $53 million into the local economy of culture. Also, obtaining 3 new partnerships to continue to advance the mission of NOTCF. We have accomplished that goal. Our first was with the Greater New Orleans Sports Foundation for Super Bowl, then also with Chase, JP Morgan Chase. We have partnered with them in many ways, as I've mentioned the Elevation Series, but we have also partnered with them in that they have developed the concourse system that now affords us to pay our grant awardees electronically and digitally. So there are 5 ways in which our artists may now be paid rather than a check, and that is through PayPal, Zelle, ACH, Venmo, push to debit, and I believe I've named them, okay. And so in doing so, we actually want to move into 2026, really weaning almost everyone off of paychecks and getting everyone accustomed and comfortable with some form of digital financing so that they can offer that as well to people who would like to engage in business with them from around the United States or across the world. Then we also received a clean opinion on our 2024 financial audit. And it was yellow, but we have, as of today, we have supported over 2,000 plus youth this year in many different ventures, partnerships, and initiatives. So we'll move over to personnel. We run a lean shop, and at this time, of the budgeted positions, we still have 1 position yet to fill, and that's our technical analyst. That position is currently open and on the market, and we're seeking candidates to fill that position. Then moving to our organizational chart, just breaks down who and the roles of our team. With that, I would like to just note we have just a slight update as well. Over to the right-hand side where it says Community Coordinator, that position is really an Economic Development Coordinator, and we'll be working directly with the cultural artists, but also our partners and businesses. We are a partner and member with GNO Inc., with New Orleans and Company, and other entities where we'll be sharing our resources and data so that we can help connect our artists to opportunities. And then also where it says Content Lead, that is really our communications coordinator, that will be coordinating our communications through the marketing side as well as through our social media and with our marketing firm. Then moving to our department goals, I have Clervay Stinson, our Senior Program Director.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for taking the time to hear our budget proposal. So moving forward for 2026, we would like to continue to move forward with our mission and our vision for the organization. We would like to award at least 375 grants that will continue to move forward with our grants programming. Of course, again, sponsor the NOLA by NOLA Music Festival. That's over 200 artists, 200 shows, and then also 50 venues that is included in that. Again, like Lisa said, with establishing the cultural information system, we would like to launch it next year. That will help promote our cultural entrepreneurship with the artists being able to promote themselves with a free platform that can connect them directly to tourists and other venues to book them directly. We again want to host our Elevation series. We will send out the marketing and Eventbrite link to register for the one on November 18th. We're looking forward to that because that is also with a new partnership with 30 by 90 Marketing, where they will help artists establish a marketing plan for themselves to lead them into next year so they can know how to promote and make the effort of not just selling themselves, but also promoting what they do and how they do it best. And then lastly, we will host our 2026 Honors Gala, honoring 8 living legends in the city. We are currently promoting that through, so please check our social media to see all of our artists. And that'll be it for our goals for 2026. Thank you.
And would just like to add for the 2026 Honors Gala, we are adding the fundraising component. The goal will be $250,000, and it is going to be dedicated and directed to youth initiatives in our next generation. Moving to our budget summary and 2026 proposed, we'll have Tiffany Jackson, our CFO.
Good afternoon. I will just be giving a brief overview of the 2025 budget and 2026 budget requests. Under personal services, you'll see a variance of $110,584. This represents a 14% increase over 2025, and as Lisa mentioned, we are hiring a technical analyst, but we're also expecting and seeing increases in benefit costs such as health and retirement expenses. In the next column, the other operating expenses, the variance of $1,773,406, that represents a 23% decrease. And we're taking a very conservative approach to budgeting our hotel occupancy privilege taxes, but we also want to maintain a healthy reserve balance. So we are planning for some cuts in 2026 on the programming side. Overall, we have a variance of $1,662,822, and that's 20% decrease when you compare 2025 to 2026. Again, with the desire to maintain a healthy reserve balance.
And then moving to our notes, noting that during this year, we did not award any grants exceeding $150,000. And the two contracts in which we had in place with the Greater New Orleans Sports Foundation for Super Bowl, they did invest higher than the required levels as it relates to investing in hiring local businesses as well as local artists, as well as Essence Festival of Culture also was grandfathered in. However, they did invest and support locally much higher than the recommended amount. And in working with your office, Mayor-elect Moreno, we did say that we want that responsibility on anyone receiving over $150,000, but we want you to know that with all of our contracts that we administer, we put that language in that we expect the responsibility of those receiving dollars from us to invest and to hire local. And so that is in all of our grant applications and agreements at this time. There is no plan in 2026 to award any grants exceeding $150,000. And our year-to-date 2025 grant transaction report is included within the presentation as well. And that NOTCF is operating in accordance with the Economic Development Plan that was approved in 2020. We now are open for questions.
Thank you. Any comments from the dais? Councilmember Green.
I just want to thank you all especially for the mini grants. A lot of attention is given to the larger grants, but the mini grants make people feel comfortable about our city, that they're being recognized by others. So just want to thank you for that work that kind of, I know people who've received them, and so they're appreciative. I don't know how to sum it up any more than to say that, because we emphasize so much the negative and that we don't support this or we don't support that, but then when we do support it in the way that you all are doing it, it doesn't get the same recognition. There'll never be an article, for example, on who are the many recipients of many grants, but I recognize that you all are providing an opportunity for them through the work that you do, and I just want to say, to me, those are some of the most important grants that we can give in our city. That's why I'm pleased with the Culture and Recreation Fund, for example, to have been able to provide funding last year for over 100 organizations. Some of them were $5,000 grants, which to an organization that's thriving, that's working in the Ninth Ward, for example, that's providing dance or providing some cultural expressions in an area that people ignore, that kind of grant is the thing that can compel them to invest even more of their own capital and talent in our city. So thank you for all that you do, but especially the many grants.
Thank you. Thank you all for your support.
We have a comment call from Ms. Morgan Clevenger.
Thank you. I've been a cultural advocate in this city since 1974. This gentleman right here, Big Chief Tootie Montana, was a mentor and a friend. And he died in this chamber fighting for the culture. And what we have to remember is that this culture came, again, out of stable neighborhoods and communities And the self-sustaining piece was part of the spiritual foundation of all of it. So when we talk about cultural economy and that we've gotten to a place in this city where our culture bearers are now having to try to find a piece of the tourism pie because the good jobs are gone, that's not a good thing. But we have to recognize that the tourism economy, when it changed in 1980s to focus on our indigenous culture, the piece of the pie was bigger for the corporations and the hotels and the tourism industry, where our culture bearers had no piece of the pie. So these grants are important, but what would be even better is if we had stable communities and our own culture bearers living in the city, because many of them can no longer afford to live here. So I think that while the NOTCF's work is really amazing, and I think it's all of these arts organizations are important, we have to focus back into the people and make sure we have stable communities, good jobs, and other sources of revenue, that we're not fighting over a piece of the tourism pie. Because in 1996, the Black Men in Labor and I, we produced the first Jazz Legacy Awards in New Orleans to give our people their flowers while they lived. And that's important. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clevenger. Next up will be the New Orleans Municipal Yacht Harbor.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Whited with the New Orleans Municipal Yacht Harbor. My Deputy Director, Ariane Robinson.
Morning, afternoon.
So let's start with status on 2025 stated goals. First goal on the list is the West End Fishing Pier, which the pier itself is a FEMA project and it's nearing completion. The Capital Projects Department recently opened bids for the restroom facility that goes with it. That's likely to start construction in 2026. So we're happy with where those are right now. The West End Park upgrades, those are ongoing. They ended up being more complicated than kind of initial repairs, so we're working with Capital Projects again, just for some guidance in that, because we are self-funded, we would be paying for those upgrades with our own funds. And the former restaurant site development, we're still working with that goal. It's obviously a very complicated system. There's lots of different ownerships and culture and political entities involved, so we're working to do that however we can. The marina, we had talked about investigating funding options for commercial dock construction. We just moved that. We moved that to a lower priority due to just other projects and expenses, but it is still a medium-term goal. Maintain slip occupancy over 90%. We're actually at 97 to 100, which led us to raise rates for 2026 by 10%, which the City Council recently passed that ordinance. And the point pedestrian improvements, we were just looking at different options to make that area safer and more inviting for pedestrians. And now it's just an open parking area. We did get drawings for it, but it didn't make it into our initial goals because of other expenses that we had during the year. Personnel. We are almost fully staffed. We are trying to hire an additional maintenance worker. to provide better service. In doing so, we were going to cut several contractors that we're using for trash collection and custodial work, essentially have an employee do that. So it's almost offset, but any increased cost would create better service for the whole area, which includes the park, cleaning up the park and the marina. On another note, we are looking to add a harbor fiscal manager position that just went through civil service, and that was to replace the accountant 3 who is planning to retire. Organizational chart. Not really a lot to say on that. Department goals. Fishing pier. Again, facilitate the construction process. The pier itself is almost completed. Restroom facility. Facilitate however we can. Just as a note, the Yacht Harbor has committed $300,000 funds to the fishing pier, and then we've committed another $140,000 of our own funds for non-FEMA reimbursable expenses for the restroom facility. Those funds have all been committed, and we have them, and we're waiting for the city to ask for them in that manner. So we're happy to pay that to the city whenever asked. West End Park, complete large shelter, electrical repairs and pond upgrades. The former restaurant site development, just keep doing what we can do to facilitate it. The marina, similar, look at options for commercial dock, maintain slip occupancy, and then the point, again, if the budget allows, our budget allows, look for some affordable pedestrian improvements for that area. So this page is $0 because we use no city funding for personnel services or other expenses. And this talks about what we do have. So our personnel services plan to increase $177,900, which includes the cost of the additional maintenance worker, salary increases due to longevity increases and other standard civil service increases, and then the cost of having a new position to replace our accountant 3. And there's going to be some overlap in time while we do some training. The other operating expenses, some of it will be reduction in contractors because we're hiring an in-house employee, and then we'll also have a reduction in committed funds, which we use for long-term repairs and like dredging and dock replacement. And that covers it. Questions?
Thank you. Any comments from the dais? All right. No public comments. Thank you. Oh, Miss Clevenger, you can come up, Miss Clevenger. We'll get it. You come up, come and speak. You come and give your comment. Thank you. And next would be no, never mind.
Actually, I would like to comment on something I missed earlier, which was the Office of Independent Police Monitor. And I want to just advocate for
Ms. Clevenger,
what? Oh, I've heard other people speak on other things various times in these hearings.
You're going so far back, they're not here to be able to respond along with the public who might have wanted to respond to what you say, which is why we do it at the time that the presentation is being made.
I understand, sir.
I think that you would have an opportunity to call them, to speak to them, but at the end of the day,
I'm not speaking here to speak to them. I'm here to speak to you all.
the chair can do what the chair would like to do. I object because we don't do that in other instances where we don't have somebody to go back and talk about an organization or the people who might want to hear about it without them being present. But I'm not chairing this meeting.
Okay.
We're going to move out of respect to Councilman Green's request, and we haven't done it before.
You have done it before. I've been here when other people have spoke because they missed the presentation. They spoke on it.
I can't remember one time we did it that way.
It was last Tuesday.
The New Orleans Building
Yeah.
Corporation.
Pardon me?
New Orleans Building Corporation is up next.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Taking note.
So am I. Taking notes of what?
Ms. Clevenger, you can email everyone your comments, and we'll, thank you.
Good afternoon. I'll proceed if the council is prepared. All right. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity today to present New Orleans Building Corporation's 2026 budget. My name is Annie McBride. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of NOBC, and with me is Nancy Borland, who's our Chief Financial Officer. Before jumping into the substance of our budget presentation, I want to provide some background on NOBC and what we do. Our mission is to provide for the enhancement, improvement, leasing, and commercial development of city publicly owned real estate and to stimulate economic development in the city. Our property portfolio includes the St. Roch Market, the Sanger Theater, the Hyatt French Quarter Hotel, the D.H. Holmes Apartments, the D.H. Holmes Parking Garage, the Piazza d'Italia, the Piazza d'Italia parking lots, Caesars Casino and Parking Garage, Union Passenger Terminal, the Julia Street Wharf portion of the Riverwalk Mall and Spanish Plaza, the Four Seasons Hotel and Residences, and the 100 Poydras Street Parking Garage. We manage these properties through leases to tenants that operate businesses there, and we view our role in the development of city property to include the continued support of our tenants in achieving their objectives. Their successes are our successes. And so with that, we'll jump in and review the status of our 2025 goals that we presented last year. Next slide. Starting with Union Passenger Terminal, with Amtrak's recent launch of the new Mardi Gras line and in preparation for Super Bowl, we undertook a series of upgrades at the train station, starting with our envelope repair project, which we completed this year. That involved the replacement of exterior windows, cleaning and sealing the limestone facade of that building, relining the roof gutter system. This was a successful project that was administered by the Capital Projects Administration through funds allocated as part of the city's capital budget process. We also undertook parking improvements there at the train station in partnership with our tenant, Laz Parking. We were able to restripe the large surface parking lot on Loyola and add new ADA spaces in advance of Super Bowl to give that area a fresh new look. We also restored the fencing around the NOBC managed lots under US 90 and added lockable gating to those lots for added security. The train and bus canopies at UPT, this has been a multi-year goal for us. Those are original train and bus canopies that date back to the 1950s and 1970s respectively. Full canopy restoration is going to be a necessary project, but for 2025, our focus was on phase one of this work, which involved upgrades to the aerial and lighting components of the train canopies. Our engineer has completed the design phase of that project, and we anticipate beginning construction in 2026. We deferred repainting the bus canopies. We put out a bid for that earlier this year, and it revealed that it would not be a prudent use of funds at the time. So we're planning to incorporate that into the scope of a future project. At the Piazza d'Italia, we also partnered with our tenant Laz there to resurface and restripe those parking areas and add additional ADA spaces in advance of Super Bowl. And that project was successfully completed. At the Sanger Theater, we worked with our theater operator and tenant, ATG, to facilitate preparations to host the NFL Honors event in connection with the Super Bowl. At Spanish Plaza, Rockstep, who's our tenant and the owner of the Riverwalk Mall, continues to work to improve Spanish Plaza by adding additional amenities for patrons of the mall and the public. This includes the addition of a stage and build out of new restaurant space. This year they made progress toward that goal with the opening of the new Delacroix restaurant. that opened last month. It's enjoyed early success, and we look forward to continuing to support Rockstep in pursuit of further activation of the plaza. And one of our ongoing goals is always to continuously assess our properties to identify repairs and replacements for which we're responsible. And we identified through that process some projects that we plan to undertake in 2026. Next slide. We're lean and mean at NOBC, operating with a staff of 4. We have a CEO, a CFO, Director of Operations, and Executive Assistant. And on the next slide is our org chart. And we'll go over our 2026 goals. So next slide. In addition to continuing to work toward our ongoing multi-year goals, we aim to do the following in 2026. We aim to complete the train canopy aerial and lighting project. We'll undertake phase 2 of our parking project at UPT, which will add safety features, traffic flow efficiencies, and additional ADA parking to the horseshoe areas of the terminal. We aim to close our RFP and award the lease for redevelopment of 4317 Magazine Street, which is the former 2nd District Police Station. We will continue to work with our tenant at the DH Holmes Garage to improve building maintenance there and make necessary upgrades to the building, and also facilitate a project to address the aging structures envelope. At Riverwalk and Spanish Plaza will continue to support our tenant in its plans for activation of Spanish Plaza, including the build-out of additional restaurant space and a stage. And as always, we will continue to assess our properties and identify and address needed capital projects and maintenance. And with that, we'll dive into the 2026 budget. NOBC operates with funds that are generated from its development projects, and we receive no allocation from the city's general fund. In fact, over the past 10 years, the board has returned over $303 million to the city and an additional $8 million in in-kind contributions. Our income in excess of expenses is held in accounts dedicated to capital projects, capital maintenance, and insurance obligations that we owe in our capacity as landlord and for future development of properties. The corporation's budget of revenues for 2026 is expected to total $25,963,548, and this includes rents and other payments from the corporation's portfolio of real estate assets. This amount represents an increase in revenue of $782,395 over 2025. The budget of expenses includes $650,827 for personnel and $6,766,227 in operating expenses. $3,927,136 are held in reserves. The balance of $15,270,095 is transferred to the city's general fund. NOBC's enabling legislation authorizes and obligates the corporation to transfer funds to the city that exceed the corporation's financial obligations. All proceeds from our Caesars lease are transferred to the city's general fund annually. In 2025, we will transfer to the city a total of $25,770,095. This is inclusive of the Caesars rent of $14,270,095 and $5 million that was transferred to the city earlier this year, and an additional $6.5 million transfer that I'm pleased to announce our board approved yesterday. We should be sending those funds over today. With that, I'll conclude our presentation and invite any questions. Thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas.
Yeah, no questions, but just for folk who, if you're watching this and you're not familiar with this agency, many organizations come before us asking for money. Historically, this agency has proved its worth from Ms. Connick to Ms. McBride, and I've served on a lot of the boards over the years, from my previous life and now. So this is one entity for my colleagues, and when you take a look at budget, they've not only proved their worth, it's one of the most valuable assets we have here. So my urging, similar to what I said in the board meeting yesterday, just continue keeping the agency an asset, because it is one of our few assets. And in these troubling times, it's good to have something or an entity that we can show that where there's a positive. So keep up your good work, please.
Thank you, Councilman. Appreciate it.
Councilmember Green.
Yes, the building corporation is a good news story, a very positive entity, but I just want to go on the record as saying thank you for yesterday's decision. It should be front page and top of the news story. It's not going to be. But at the end of the day, the bottom line is that we're looking at all potential sources and the like, and I appreciate the fact that the Building Corporation met and its board members, including people near me, made a decision that's favorable. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Councilman.
All right, hearing no other comments, no public comments, meeting is adjourned.
Well, just one comment before we leave, and it was brought to my attention. For the last, and this isn't for you guys, but it's just a notable note. It's something that we need to be mindful of. Right here we have seated 3 African-American men, along we work with our colleagues. For the last 3 years, I've been doing inventory, and I'm going to compile my report of every organization, Councilmember King, that has come before us. Almost 85 or 90% of them have not had an African-American male at the table. Now, I don't understand, I know there are probably reasons for that, but it's very difficult for a community in crisis to be whole with half. And I don't know of any other community where you could take away half of that relationship and say that you're going to be successful in families economically. The CNBC report in February of 2024 said black men and boys are missing from the nation's economy. Camille Bussett, Dr. Bussett in the Brookings Institute said in 2023 in their report that every institution in America, African-American males are challenged by their existence. It didn't say some institutions, it said every institution. So you may not value what I say, but maybe the Brookings Institute means something. Maybe the report on economic disparities from 2024 means something. And let me say this, I have never ever lived or known a world where women didn't get stuff done. If it wasn't for my mother, in the partnership with my father, my grandmother, and our women are our most valuable asset. It's someone who thinks that our queens are special. But we need to be mindful, especially that if 85% of every group that comes before here, you don't have a brother with a job, with a position, with a contract, it is going to be extremely difficult when we go back in those communities and take a look at crime. 95% of the young men in the juvenile system, 97% are African-American men, young men. 69% of young violent juvenile offenders are functionally illiterate. They're out of the schools. I'm not saying we can do anything about it, but I'm just saying if we have brothers and sisters and nephews and fathers and grandfathers and cousins and friends, maybe we need to be mindful, because let me say this, if we're missing from the home, missing from the community, missing from the school, missing from the college, missing from the job, and missing from the economy, why are you so worried about me showing up in the voting booth? Like people shied at them in the last election because they said the brothers didn't vote enough. I can assure you that if you're mindful and if you're supporting me in those 6 places where I'm missing, you wouldn't have to beg us or ask us to vote. We would know that we matter. So this is just an announcement basically, as we have watched this and we have the data to prove it, most of everyone who makes this community work, asking for resources or contracting, didn't have a black man or male at the table. And if some people think that's good, that's fine. As a proud black male with a son, grandson, and young men that I love and mentor who actually lived with me before, I think it's a mistake if we're not mindful of that.
Thank you. All right, we adjourn until tomorrow. Thank you.